Mic up. A little bit loud. Okay. Yeah, looks like we're good. So, for everybody in the stream, thank you for joining. We have at least on my screen, we have Kralis up in the top left, myself in the top right, Brian middle left, Sam middle right, and we've got Eric down at the bottom on his lonesome. Sam, just give him a pat on the head, yeah? Other side.
Buddy. No, he's on that side from me. Okay.
So, this is episode 3 of my D&D game. It's a homebrew game based on Terry Pratchett's Discworld. So far, our plucky adventurers found an escaped prisoner, worked their way to a nearby abandoned fortress that's been taken over by bandits, and they managed to free the prisoners, defeat the bandits, and were sucked through another dimension, like a fart down a plug hole, to a great chamber where a monstrous bronze dragon had been kept against his will. The dragon offered them great gifts if they would set him free, and ascending some spiral staircases, they found that the fortress they were in was actually the Orichalcum, the greatest library in all of antiquity. Every piece of knowledge ever written down is magically stored in that library. And they used some of their time there to learn about dragons. Probably wasn't much available since most of those shelves were burned. Smart wizards. Picked up some new skills. Sam learning ancient runes. Kralis learning how to control a golem that he found. Now, for those of you not familiar with the Pratchett verse, golems are like a clay man, but given locomotion and given form. So think of them kind of like a robot. Without programming, they can't function. And to program a golem, you write a series of religious commands onto a little piece of paper called a chem, and you insert it into the trapdoor in the back of his head. Our golem, played by Eric, is now accompanying the characters, but he's still under instruction from our ranger. And it's really up to Dustin how he wants to play that one out. But we know that golems can be freed and given their own autonomy. And having a completely fireproof member of the party would probably come in handy at some point.
Dustin's like, yeah, or I could get rid of him.
Yep.
It's okay, I'll take you. I'll take you on.
Back in your box.
Go sit in the corner and stay there.
So, the last thing we did, you activated your ring, your Orichalcum rings, and you transported you back to the small hill that the watchtower was sitting atop. The watchtower has been abandoned. You saw smoke rising from the direction of the village where you started, and upon arriving in the village, you've seen that the dragon has laid waste to most of the town. People are running around, buckets of water, putting fires out. You were helping to not only fill the buckets from the well, but also tending to the wounded. And our golem had actually climbed down the well and was busy filling buckets and passing them back up to the villagers. And that's where we encountered Nanny Og, one of the local hedge witches, the woman who has probably delivered 9 generations of children in the town of Lanka. Just don't say that to her face. She's a bit touchy about the age thing. And she helped you on your way very, very quickly, because she just somehow knew everything that was going on. She gave you some broomsticks to strap under the regular Lancra coach to Ankh-Morpork, and have sent you on your way to the city to speak to the librarian of the Unseen University. Because if anybody knows anything about dragons, it'll be him. And that's where we left off last session. So, I did say I wanted to put in a little bit of exposition to break up the game and give the audience a bit more background as to what's going on. But before I do any of that and start the game more formally, does anyone have any questions following on from last week? I'll take that as a no then.
That's a hard no.
So, meanwhile, atop the highest peaks of the Ramtop Mountains sits Cori Celestri, the mansion of the gods. It is said that the gods play games with the lives of mortals. It is just hoped that it isn't tiddlywinks. What the rules are, what the pieces are, and what the game actually is, no one really knows. As blind Io and look onwards, Offler unfolds his arms and ruminates on one of his game pieces, moving it across the board and placing it down. "You have used many of your opening cards. Is this wise?" says blind Io. Offler folds his arms again and gives a huge reptilian grin. Our party are speeding towards the city of Ankh-Morpork, held aloft on a floating carriage by two enchanted broomsticks, carrying them at somewhat sub-light speed. I say light speed, but remember this is a magical word. You are, as you've been flying along in the coach, Sam looked out of the window at the end of last session, and she noticed that cabbages were exploding out of the ground. The magical energy required by these broomsticks is drawing power from anything around it. Your coach is cabbage powered. Now, a journey that should have taken you 7 or 8 days has taken you a matter of hours. And as you approach the outskirts of the city of Ankh-Morpork, the coach begins to slow down. The horses, bewildered and terrified as always, have no idea what's going on, but they do seem to be enjoying this extra speed. It's quite bracing. Ankh-Morpork, brawling city of 100,000 souls, and 10 times that number of actual people. Fresh rain glistens on the panorama of towers and rooftops, all unaware of the teeming, rancorous world it was dropped onto. Luckier rain fell on the upland sheep, or whispered gently over forests, or pattered somewhat incestuously into the sea. Rain that fell on Ankh-Morpork, however, was rain that was in trouble. They did terrible things to water in Ankh-Morpork. Being drunk was only the start of its problems. Rats of various species went about their nocturnal occasions. Under night's damp cloak, assassins assassinated, thieves thieved, and hussies hustled. And so on. Not a beautiful city or a renowned city, or for that matter, a well-drained city, and certainly not an architecturally favoured city. Even if its most enthusiastic of citizens would agree that. From a high point of vantage, Ankh-Morpork looked as though someone had tried to achieve in stone and wood an effect normally associated with pavement slabs outside an all-night takeaway. But it worked. It spun along cheerfully like a gyroscope on the tip of a catastrophe curve, because no one was ever powerful enough to push it over. Merchants, thieves, assassins, wizards all competed energetically in the race, without ever really realizing that it needn't be a race at all, and certainly not trusting one another enough to stop and wonder who had marked out the course and who was holding the starting flag. The coach draws to a very abrupt halt outside one of the main gates of the city. The gate is wide open, even though it's approaching late in the night, and you can see a couple of the city guards standing outside having a little bit of a chat. The driver pulls up the coach. As soon as the coach stops, it kind of settles back down to the ground, and the broomsticks burst into fire.
All right.
Hey there, Mark. Welcome, welcome. Mud's Eyes in the house.
Hello,
Mark.
So, you are sitting in a wooden coach pulled by 2 horses, magically powered, that is now on fire. What would you like to do?
I feel like this is one of those nice Mission Impossible things where we need to get the heck out because it's about to self-destruct. So we should get out.
You fling open the doors. Everyone comes piling out. The golem appears not to be too bothered by any of this, and
What if I recall correctly, wasn't I in someone's pocket?
Oh yeah, he was shrunk.
oh,
Yeah.
right, I forgot about that. Well done.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
Uh,
too good.
Whose pocket did you end up in?
I can't remember. Yeah, was it okay?
Was
yeah.
it?
Right.
Oh, okay.
So, on the somewhat brief but several-hour journey to the city, our ranger has had an opportunity to reflect on some of the information he garnered in the library. And he had briefly mentioned, while you were still in the fortress, that there may be the opportunity of freeing this golem. Does our ranger continue that discussion, or are we saving that? Are we making this particularly awkward as another episode of Wish Spells?
No, we'll try and free him.
Okay, the book that you had pulled in the Orichalcum, talking about golems, spoke of the chem, the little note that is on which written is the golem's instructions. The one that you placed in the golem said was to follow your commands. But that chem can technically contain anything. It can contain a series of instructions that the golem needs to follow. It could just simply contain a single word command. It depends what power you want to imbue the golem with. But your research determined that there is a way to free the golem. And simply done, you just need to write the words, "No Master," and insert those into his head.
I will do that.
Ah, suckers. You pull out a small little scrap of paper and you start scribbling down the words "No Master." You fold it up and open the back of the golem's head. You pull the golem out of your pocket. As he's restored to size, you swap the piece of paper into the golem's head. The moment you close the door, the eyes begin to glow a strong, bright red colour. And the golem turns to you and looks at you for the first time as a sentient creature. Eric, would you like to introduce Mr. Pump?
Oh gosh.
Hello.
Papa!
No, that's just too weird, even for my game.
Right? Yeah. No. I am Mr. Pump.
Thank you very much for that. Excellent. Moving on. Mr. Pump, turns out, was not just any old sanitation golem for the wizard's library. Mr. Pump spent most of his work down with the dragon. Because golems are completely fireproof and are made by firing them in a kiln, similar to regular clay or earthenware, he spent an awful lot of time sanitation duty, but in the dragon space. Because, dragons have to poop as well. It just doesn't magically turn into rainbows and disappear. Mr. Pump built up quite a friendship with the dragon over the many, many centuries that he worked down there. And the dragon came to know his face very well, and one might even say tolerate, rather than trust. But Mr. Pump is a golem that has had a few enhancements made. A gift that the dragon gave him, it being the power of speech. And now you have an 8-foot fireproof member of the party.
Bye. Hello.
Be free, Mr. Pump.
So you guys just don't learn, do you? You just don't learn. So
Everything
while
all
you...
willy-nilly.
Oh my gosh. Hi, Dabs. I'm so glad you're here.
Oh, hey there, Dabs.
Hey, Dabs.
So as you've come very hurriedly tumbling out of this coach, as the broomsticks beneath it burst into spontaneous flame and the octarine colours of the fire kind of whip around the edges of the coach, the coach driver looks down at you. Then he looks at the back of his coach, which you'd think was on fire, but it isn't. The driver looks at you again. You know what? 20 years I've been driving a coach, and we've always called this the Lanka Express. We carry mail, we carry passengers, we carry the odd thing here and there, but we only make one stop, Lancre or Ankh-Morpork. I think I might have to reevaluate this. He scratches his chin a little, while the horses whinny and shake their heads. The Lancre Flyer. Now that sounds good. He snaps his reins, the horses perk up, and the coach begins to float again. Spins on its axis, and darts off at high speed, leaving a trail of octarine glow behind it as it disappears down the main road, circling the outskirts of the city to the regular depot, leaving the four of you standing in the middle of a road, in the middle of the night, staring at two watchmen who really haven't got a clue what's going on. Here, Sarge. That looked a bit magical, didn't it? I think you find that will be magical, Mr. Nobby Nobbs. And, that's Sergeant Colon to you, Nobby. It's like, yeah, I know, Sarge, but doesn't that look a bit odd? Floating horses and all that. Well, this is a city of magic, Nobby Nobbs. You never know what might be round the corner. Yes, Sarge, and whatever's round the corner needs to be mugged. You take a look at the two watchmen. One of them seems to be about average height and of equal height around the middle. He looks like the type of guardsman that would probably spend most of his time doing desk duty, and the remainder of his time cleaning the crumbs off the desk. The other watchman is... well, it's hard to describe him not using simian terminology, because he looks like a monkey in a really long coat. In fact, he looks like a tremendously ugly monkey in a really long coat. You look at him, and the words kind of sidle over in a kind of a slinky, greasy kind of way, and Nobby Nobbs follows. Stepping through the mist and up to you. Right. What do you call this then?
This was our ride. This is this is how we got here. This is the only opportunity we had to get here. But
Yeah,
we're glad we are.
but the Lancre Express wasn't due for another 3 days, miss. You're a bit early.
It was a special trip.
I mean, we haven't even licked the stamps yet. What's that kind of blue-purpley thing coming out of it? Has Eddie been feeding those horses something dodgy again? And why can I smell turnips? Why am I smelling turnips?
It's not
Corporal
cabbage.
Nubs!
You can't ask questions that we don't know the answer to.
The little greasy-looking monkey suddenly snaps to attention and salutes. Yes, Sergeant? Corporal Nubs, these are honoured dignitaries and guests. You are honoured, aren't you?
Of course.
Honored to be here.
Honoured dignitaries and guests of the city of Ankh-Morpork. Do not harass the citizens. I was just asking him a question, Sarge. That'll be enough of that. Right. The other guardsman kind of waddles over to you in a Tweedledum sort of way. You kind of get, if Nobby Nobbs is a monkey in a really long, shabby-looking coat, then Corporal Colon is the embodiment of Humpty Dumpty with a shiny breastplate on that really doesn't fit. It looks like it's been stretched and pounded and beaten over the years, but it still barely reaches down to halfway down to his belly button. You figured if he actually fell over, he'd roll the distance faster. But the corporal steps up. Right, you are off the coach, and you are presumably wanting entrance to our wonderful city?
Definitely so.
We haven't been here before. Is there a tour guide or somebody that can show us around?
Well, there are plenty of those, but depends how much coin you have to throw around.
We have enough.
Okay,
And
well...
snobby knobbed banana.
Can I throw you a sausage instead?
Men like Corporal Nobbs can be found in every armed force. Although their grasp of the minutiae of regulations is usually encyclopedic, they take good care never to be promoted beyond, perhaps, corporal. Nobby tends to speak out of the corner of his mouth. He smoked incessantly, but the weird thing was that any cigarette smoked by Nobby instantly became a dog end, but remained a dog end indefinitely, or until it was lodged behind its ear, which was a sort of nicotine elephant's graveyard. On the rare occasions that he took one out of his mouth, he held it cupped in his hand. He was a small, bandy-legged man with a certain resemblance to a chimpanzee who never got invited to tea parties. His age, indeterminate, but in cynicism and general world weariness, which is a sort of carbon dating for his personality type, he was about 7,000 years old. Right, says Sergeant Colon. Where was it you were wanting to visit?
I do believe it was the Mage Tower.
Oh, you want to speak to the wizards? Right, you'll want Unseen University then. He kind of leans over so you can see through the door and gestures through the open doorway in the city wall. You see that big what's name? Tall thing, pointy spire. That's where you'll find the wizards. You might want to be a bit careful because they're not particularly gracious when it comes to guests. They tend to keep themselves to themselves unless bits of them are falling after a bad experiment. In that case, we usually have to get someone to sweep up the remainings. I would seriously suggest that you keep your belongings well tended and a close eye on them. You are aware of the guilds in Ankh-Morpork?
Which guilds are you talking about?
Oh, you are new. Well, Lord Vetinari, the patrician of Ankh-Morpork, introduced a system a few years ago. He legalized everything. Assassination.
Everything?
Prostitution. Everything you can think of. If somebody's going to rob you, then they have to give you a receipt. If somebody's going to murder you, or actually, I should say inhume, the assassins don't like the word murder, it seems so common. If somebody is to inhume you, then, again, they must give you a receipt. Without receipts, it is a crime. And if crime is anywhere to be found, we will not be. Yes, sir.
But, have you found religion yet? Here, take one of my pamphlets.
Yes.
Oh, you are a disciple of Offla.
I certainly am.
Very scaly fellow, that. Very scary fellow. Quite a few of you in this city. But, you know, we leave your sort to yourselves. As long as you follow the rules, we're happy about that. Oh, one other thing. If you are going to the university, watch out for the librarian, and don't ever say the M word. He really doesn't take well to it. Sergeant Colin steps back, waves you into the city.
Onwards. Huh.
I
Okay,
look at
so
Brian.
are you heading
and-
straight for the Unseen University?
I think we should probably look around first.
Okay.
However, what do you guys think? Maybe we should go to them and talk to them first and then do what we got to do around here so that just in case anything that we have to do from them is already in the city and then we wouldn't have already like screwed around in there. But I don't know if it continues on after that and then we can't.
You can go wherever you want to go.
Oh,
There is no fast travel.
Don't leave decision making to me.
Why? It's worked out well so far.
Yeah, because there's a freaking dragon on the loose killing everybody. That's working out great.
But if not, we wouldn't have an adventure.
True. That's very true. Okay, well, we should play it safe and look around first then.
Okay. As you're deciding this, thunder rolls above you. It rolled a 6.
The thunder rolls.
But
You
did Sam roll a 6?
No, I rolled a 7 today.
You continue through the gates and wander down one of the what appears to be a main gutter in the city. There's very little to distinguish the streets from things that are not the streets. It's just all one gutter, and things ebb and flow and funnel and disappear down these gutters, including hapless travellers who don't really watch their pockets, and even more hapless rich folk that are here on something called tourism. As you progress through the city, after about 10 or 15 minutes, you see a tavern sign swinging in the breeze and dripping what should have been rain, but as we say, they do really bad things to water in this city. On the tavern sign, you see a sign that you read the words "The Mended Drum." There is a large person standing outside. He appears to be made entirely of rock. There is a troll on the door.
Guarding
Also
it?
standing outside is another watchman.
Oh, no.
This one's quite tall, very skinny, and has half a cigar sticking out the side of his mouth, and he appears to be chatting away to the troll.
Listen.
Okay, are you just gonna wander up and stand there and stare at them and listen, or
I
gonna
mean,
go sneaky,
maybe they won't
sneaky?
even. Oh, sneaky sneak.
Okay.
And I'll go and see what they're saying.
Right, we're gonna need a stealth roll from you then, Sam.
Mother.
This should be fun.
It's an 8.
And
You
you,
sure you're not rolling like a D12?
No, definitely not. Definitely not.
the
Yeah.
D20 is the one that's made up of all the little triangles.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, but remember you're +7 on stealth,
True.
or did you already add that?
No, I didn't. It's 15. I got 15.
Ooh.
15. Okay. Pulling your cloak around you a little tighter, you kind of step back into the shadows of the night.
Cloak of
Um,
invisibility.
And you manage to kind of step a little bit closer to the conversation. Well, Sergeant Vimes, there was a bit of trouble earlier, but, took care of it. You're a good man, Detritus. You're a very good man. No insult intended, of course. No, none taken, Sergeant. So, what was the trouble? Well, that new boy that joined the watch, Corporal Carrot. Oh dear. Yeah, that's exactly what I meant, Mr. Vimes. He decided to come in and give the other dwarfs a bit of a lecture. A lecture? Lecture about what? Well, apparently it was a lecture about being dwarfs. Because drinking and fighting all night would make their poor mothers turn in their graves. And then what happened? Well, Mr. Vimes, it appeared that he had to teach them all a lesson. All of them? Yeah, Mr. Vimes, all of them. In fact, you're standing in one of them now. The watchman jumps to the side and looks down at what looks like a pile of brown on the floor. We're not sure if it's blood, vomit, or some magical creature that hasn't yet been discovered, but he stares at his boots and scrapes them on the cobblestones to try and get whatever it is off the bottom of his shoes. Mr. Vimes, are you going to be attending? Well, you know, if I was to walk in there, being an officer of the watch and all, it could get a bit official. At the minute, it's just Carrot. He's being a little bit overzealous. Over is right, Mr. Vimes. Unfortunately, the other dwarves kind of came over the doorway, courtesy of the first floor window. That boy. At this point, Captain Vimes looks around and sees our rogue just secreting in the shadows. He eyes the shadow carefully. Captain Vimes is the kind of watchman that has made many enemies in this city by being too damn good at what he does. And when you're that good, you piss off a lot of people who aren't that good. Kind of setting the bar too high for everyone else. It kind of embarrasses everyone. He's used to dealing with assassins. Many assassins have been sent out on contract to inhume him, which he takes as very much a compliment. Because if somebody's willing to send an assassin out after the legendary Captain Vimes, they must really want him dead. Which means they must really hate him. Which means he's doing something right. He stares into the darkness of the doorway where our rogue is hiding. Oi, Missy. Yeah, you in the doorway, trying to be all sneaky sneak. I can see you, you know.
Oh, shoot.
Are you a member of the Assassin's Guild?
No!
Well,
No.
you better not be doing any assassinations. Their guild doesn't like that kind of thing.
We're new here and we're cautious, and I was just trying to be protective of my group, but we're really just trying to figure out where to go. We were thinking about having a drink. We didn't know if we were allowed in.
As you're explaining this to Captain Vimes, the door of the mended drum flies open. In fact, it flies off. Not off the hinges, off the stone. Shoots across the road and smashes into the building on the other side of the street, breaking it into splinters. Corporal Carrot comes striding out. Carrot by name, but also Carrot by nature. He's got a shock of orange hair, and he looks like a walking triangle. In fact, at 6'5", and with the broad cross-section of perhaps 1.5 meters in the shoulder, he looks like a very large triangle, who has been in a bit of a scrap. There's little splatters of blood all over him. His armoured breastplate has got a huge dent in it, and he's holding a dwarf by the ankles. Sergeant... where's Sergeant Colon? He's just stepped outside for a bit, Carrot. It's just me. Ah, Mr. Vimes. I'm pleased to report that I've apprehended 47 miscreants for general rowdiness, drinking, fighting, carousing, and many other things that their poor mothers would not be happy about. Carrot, we've told you before, this is a dwarf bar. Yes, Mr. Vimes, that's why I'm here. I'm a dwarf. Carrot, we've talked about this. Your parents found you as a baby, and they raised you in the mines. Yes, Mr. Vimes, deep downers, my parents, deep downers. Yes, Carrot, but you're 6'5". And being a dwarf isn't about size. Being a dwarf is more about up here. It's a way of thinking, sir. And just what were you thinking, Carrot, when you strode in and decided to arrest half the dwarves? Egad, some of them are wearing gang colours. Well, a few of them had some concealed weapons, sir. I had to relieve them of them. Carrot, you are going to be filling in a report after all this. Carrot pauses and thinks for a moment, and you see, after a few seconds, his eyes roll back in his head, and he just topples over face first onto the cobblestones. The dwarf he's holding bounces. Well, Detritus, do you mind if I just go and step in and smooth things out a little? I don't want to be causing any more trouble. Yeah, no problem, Mr. Vimes. Off to you. Just a regular Tuesday? Quite, Detritus, quite. The captain steps into what's left of the bar. You can hear tables being righted and pushed out of the way, and a chair is picked up and clonked down on the flagstones in the bar. Vimes stays silent. There's nobody conscious left to talk to. He chews on his cigar a little. Well, you folks, I think the Mr. Watchman is a bit busy. Is there anything old Detritus can help you with?
I guess now's a bad time to ask for a drink.
Well,
Yeah.
on a Wednesday, yeah, that would be fine. But given the circumstances, I think you may want to go about your business and leave us to mind ours.
Absolutely. I will see you later. I'm sorry you got to deal with all this stuff.
Not a problem. It's all covered by the insurance. Insurance is something that the Thieves Guild invented. When thieving was legalized by the patrician of Ankh-Morpork, it was deemed that you could pay in advance to get the robberies out of the way. And the more you paid, the longer it would be before a robbery would come knocking on your door. Or the back of your head. Depends which side of the city you're in. So by paying up front, they inadvertently created something called insurance. If you're going to ask for directions, this might be the man to speak to. Always get to know
Okay.
the bouncers. Always get to know the security. They're the people to speak to.
But where do we want to go right now? We want to check out the rest of the city. What is there to see? What is there to see for adventurers like us?
In this city, well,
Correct.
anything you want, and many things that you probably don't want.
Don't want. Why?
Well, some people like their guts on the inside.
That is preferable.
Well, if you're a first-timer, everyone usually goes straight for the university. It's the big pointy thing in the sky there. But if you are guild members, you probably want to go to your nearest guild house. You'd normally find lodgings and accommodation and food there. I would avoid some of the smaller bars, like this one. Can get a little rough, especially for you tourist types.
How does one apply to a guild?
I would suggest you start by knocking on the door.
Point us in that direction.
Which guild are you interested in?
The assassin.
No, a thief. I want to be a thief. I don't know. Is there a dancing guild? Like, what do I do?
Did I hear right that you're here to see some wizards?
Correct.
Well, I would probably make straight for the Unseen University. Wizards tend to stay up late.
What? Okay. What if we want to look around and see special stuff?
You will find special stuff everywhere. I just wouldn't look too close. Some of it is extra special, if you know what I mean.
Oh no. We are not safe, guys. We are not safe.
I was hearing that in my head.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, but how many guild members have points to Mr. Pump?
Okay, well, we can head to the university first.
So Detritus leans forward. You kind of get the impression that you're about to be consumed by a landslide, because even the golem is dwarfed by this rock troll. Trolls in the Discworld are made from solid rock. Depending on the type of rock, depends largely on their personality. Detritus seems to be made of lots of little bits of leftovers, hence the name Detritus. But he is quite sharp for a troll. Trolls normally barely speak, they walk around carrying big heavy clubs, and they like to hit things. This one is holding a conversation and holding down a job. As you finally see what was above the cloud layer, as Detritus leans forward, you notice that he's wearing a small bronze-coloured helmet. It looks like a watchman's helmet, but it's had a few modifications made. Cut out on either side are two round holes, and what appears to be little fans spinning around inside. So, if you're wanting to go to the university, follow this road all the way down through Dolly Sisters, and you'll hang a right at the Isle of Gods. Cross the bridge, and that's the university. Try not to get yourselves killed, or if you do, make sure you get a receipt.
Thank you.
Now, the introduction of the guilds by the patrician had two major effects on the city. First of all, by legalizing all crime rates actually went down. Secondly, the patrician of Ankh-Morpork, Lord Vetinari, insisted that each guild was responsible for policing its guild interest. Which means unauthorized thievery was met with the harshest of penalties. Unauthorized assassinations, which are really just common murder, also met with very harsh repercussions. So legalizing crime actually had the side effect of reducing crime, because now the guilds were responsible for any unlawful crime within their sector. The Assassin's Guild has a very long and somewhat colourful history, that colour mostly being black for the ones that hadn't caught on yet. And it was very common for street kids to find their way into the Thieves' Guild, or the Assassin's Guild, or one of the many, many guilds that represent almost every single trade you can imagine in a city. You proceed at a rather leisurely pace. Most of the rain has cleared up, and it's giving the city a very sour, manure, untreated sewerage smell. Lots of things float by you in the gutters. You try not to look at them too carefully. And as you walk down in towards the Isle of Gods, you can see the Unseen University just on the corner. You cross over a bridge that is decorated with gargoyles. The gargoyles seem to be funneling water down into their ears and then out of their mouths. The best drainage system that the most of the city designers were able to come up with. One of the gargoyles turns his head creakingly and gives you a wink as you cross the bridge.
Good evening.
He turns back towards the river, and water continues to pour from his mouth.
So is he speaking with a gurgle?
You cross over the bridge, and you find yourself looking at the Unseen University. An old grey stone building built with huge columns, and decorated quite vicariously by blast marks. The building is big, and coming out of the very back of the university building, you see the tower. The famous Unseen University Tower, climbing up into the sky through the cloud layer and disappearing into the rainy weather.
What color's the building?
Kind of in this light, you can't really tell, but it looks like it may have been grey or sand-coloured stone.
Cool.
The tower, however, is covered in what looks like blaster marks, and appears to be very well scorched. The gates to the Unseen University are closed. A couple of student wizards seem to be standing there, acting as some kind of gate sentry. As you get closer, you realise that these are definitely students. They're barely in their teens. They seem to be somewhat cocky, chatting away as if this was the most boring thing they could be doing on a Tuesday night. They're dressed in the usual wizardy robes, long flowing cloaks, sleeve that you could park an elephant in, and the obligatory pointy hat.
Where do you get the robes? I'm gonna ask one of them.
Robes? Oh, these robes. Well, if you were to become a wizard, it's part of your training. He says smarmily. Now, what can I help you with? You appear to be in the wrong place.
We're here to see some wizards,
You're looking
but
at
not
some.
you.
Oh, okay. It's like that, is it? The wizard leers at you and then sees the golem striding slowly out of the fog with his glowing red eyes. Oh shit. Do you have an appointment?
No, but we came from the Alcalcum and I need to see those wizards.
I don't know anything about a calcum, but yeah.
The orichalcum.
Oh, right. Here, Neville. These lot are crazy. Yeah, I know. It's funny, isn't it? They think the orichalcum exists. Bunch of loons. Well, if you're looking at general inquiries, pop inside, speak to the bursar. He'll be able to take your inquiry, give you a receipt for any property or items that need to be disposed of. And, yeah. If you do speak to the bursar, tell him we've been out here for an hour. We're hungry. He steps aside and slowly swings the gate open. You sense, as soon as you cross the threshold of the gate, you sense a tremendous amount of magical energy charged in the air. It's almost like your hair is tingling with static. There's so much energy flying around. but you didn't feel that one step ago. Somehow the walls within the university are not only containing this, but helping to channel it. The golem looks around slowly, swiveling his head like a lighthouse, the two red beams just playing over the ground. You walk up the main path towards the university. The lawns are immaculately kept. There are flowers either side of the walkway, and as you approach the main doors of the university, you see big, thick, heavy oak doors banded in iron, 20 feet tall and 10 feet wide each. There's nobody around.
What do you want to do?
Is there a bell to ring?
While you're deciding, damp darkness shrouds the venerable buildings of the Unseen University, the premier college of wizardry. The only light was a faint octarine flicker from the tiny windows of the new high-energy magic building, where keen-edged minds were probing the very fabric of the universe, whether it liked it or not. And there was light, of course, in the library. The library was the greatest assemblage of magical text anywhere in the multiverse. Thousands of volumes of occult lore weighted its shelves. It was said, since vast amounts of magic can seriously distort the mundane world, the library did not obey the normal rules of space and time. It was said it went on forever. It was said that you could wander for days amongst the distant shelves, that there were lost tribes of students, else such hiding somewhere in there, that strange things lurked in forgotten alcoves and were preyed upon by other things that were even stranger. Why students in search of more distant volumes took care to leave chalk marks on the shelves as they roamed deeper into the fusty darkness, and told friends to come looking for them if they weren't back by supper. And because the magic can only loosely be bound, the library books themselves were more than mere pulped wood and paper.
Are they audiobooks?
You can try.
Do I see any chalk markings?
Well, you're still outside the university at this point.
Oh, fine.
The stream didn't glitch. I'm just giving you a bit of background. I'm going to keep throwing in little bits of background like this just while you guys are thinking what you're going to do next. Thinking about the audience.
Is there anything of interest in the immediate vicinity?
Apart from the stone steps that you are standing in front of leading up to the main doors, that's pretty much it. You can't see any activity from this side. You probably want to knock.
Onward. Ah.
Knock.
She
That
says,
was going to be
spitting
my
food
next
all
question.
over her
Yeah.
shirt.
Is there a door knocker?
You walk up, you start to ascend the steps, and you see that on the center of each door is a huge wrought iron black ring with what looks like a small cannonball on it. You lift it very strenuously, and it slips out of your hands at the last minute, making a tremendous bang against the door. After a few moments, the door opens a tiny little crack, and silhouetted in the light from within the university, you make out the short and very worried and extremely stressed face of a wizard that has no hat. What do you want? It's late. Come on, I haven't got all night.
Oh, God.
She has her mouth full, okay?
Why
Uh,
me?
No food allowed on the premises.
We want inside.
Okay.
Yeah, we want inside.
Do you have an appointment?
No. Yes. we're the last name on your list there.
It's a very short
Now-
list.
Didn't the witch give us a name of someone we were supposed to talk to here?
She did, yes.
Yeah, I need to start writing this shit down. That's for damn sure.
Oh, we're teaching you. You got to write everything down.
Right. You want to be speaking to the Arch-Chancellor. That's who you're here to speak to. Well, he's the one that runs the university.
Then, yeah, we're here to see him.
Oh, you want to see the Arch-Chancellor? Arch-Chancellor Ridcully is probably not to be disturbed at the moment, but yes, if I can have your bona fides, I can ask you to wait in the main section, and I'll see if he's available to speak to you. What is this about? The wizard pushes a pair of very lopsided spectacles further up his nose as he eyes you up and down, and then catches sight of the golem standing behind you. Oh, good grief. He's a big fella.
It's
More
of an
about-
urgent nature. That
Yeah,
we
it's
must
more about the
see him.
safety of like literally everybody.
Urgent safety of everyone. Could you be a bit more specific? The Arch-Chancellor's a very, very busy man.
Yeah.
I would like to lean forward and just say, dragon.
The small, wiry-looking wizard with the somewhat crooked spectacles freezes on the spot, and you see colour start to drain out of his face. Oh shit! I think you better come in. He retreats behind the door and pulls it open just a slight bit further, allowing you to squeeze through into the foyer of the university. He then has to pull the door open significantly further to allow Mr. Pump entry.
I'm just gonna push it.
Can I get a strength check from you, please?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I'm just going to do a quick refill.
No worries. We'll do this bit. Actually, we'll do this bit and then take a quick break.
Okay, that was a natural 20.
You reach forward and push the door. Of course, not realizing your own strength, the door flies back against the wall, and the bursar makes a horrible sound as he's squished against the stone behind it.
Say, Mr. Pump, how would you go about cleaning that up?
Ryan just hears absolute chaos in the background.
You hear the very distant sound of quite feeble hands pounding on the back of the door as you stand there with your hand against it.
I'm gonna pull it back a little bit.
You pull the
He
door
was
back and
telling a
kind of
knock-knock
peer
joke.
around, and the two giant red flashlights that your eyes just kind of splay light over a rather gruesome-looking scene. The bursar's just squished up against the wall. His glasses are still considerably cockeyed. It's like, right, just have a seat over there. Thank you. And we are an hour in, so I think now's a good time for a short break.
Yeah.
Okay, guys, I'm going to pause the stream for a moment, and we shall be right back.
See you soon, Kiru and whoever, Moko and Dabs and everyone else. I don't know. love this one. It's magical. Yes, because Dabs is like, I stepped away to get food. Is it coming back? She was super excited. The second she heard dragons, she was like, I'm in.
Yeah, I told her that we were doing the D&D mission. She has her own game tonight though too.
Yes.
Well, if you're still listening, Dabs, we're probably going to be on for, the last 2 sessions have run for 4 hours, so that's my kind of aim. Any longer than that, and I think we're drawing it out too much. But I'm going to get you to her game got cancelled. Oh, sorry to hear that.
Oh, cool.
Okay, well,
Not
you're
cool.
here with us now. Enjoy
So
this
nice
one.
of you, Brian.
Brian, what did you roll? What did you roll?
I didn't do
What did
anything.
Dabs roll? What did Dabs roll to make it
No,
cancel?
no, that's like, oh, your game got canceled. That's cool. That was Brian's reaction.
I know.
Okay.
I know it's because then she could watch us and everything, but
Right. Okay, well, let's get back to this.
Good.
Mr. Pomp, you've squished the university bursa against the wall behind the door. He's kind of pointing over to some benches in the corner that looks like a guest waiting area. Yeah, just take a seat and
Okay.
I'll get the Arch-Chancellor.
Do you need help?
No, it's okay. I can manage. I can. He shuffles sideways along the wall to kind of get out from behind the door. As soon as he clears the door, you hear the flap of leather sandals on bare feet as he disappears around the corner. As you look around the space, the university is a lot bigger on the inside than it looked on the outside, but that should be no surprise. 2 huge stairwells spiral up above you into the tower that seems to be floating, most likely magically, because no single construction made by men could reach the cloud layer, let alone stay upright for too long. And as you look up, you see the spiral stairs, two spiral stairs winding around each other like a double helix, disappearing off into the darkness. Around you, you can see that the university is masterfully built, or perhaps perhaps magically built. The flagstones that you're standing on are far too pristine to be hand-carved. The columns that are supporting the roof above you are too perfect in their symmetry. And you can see big heavy curtains and tapestries hanging from various points. You can see what looks like runic symbols woven into a tapestry draped over one of the railings of the stairwell as it disappears up. You also see a lot of doors. Wooden doors with the usual iron banding, but they also seem to have very colourful symbols written all over the doors, and they go off in all different directions. The bursa disappeared down a little corridor to your right as you were walking into the building, but you see there are lots of little corridors leading away to dark little spaces within the university.
So it kind of has the feel of the Dragon's Chamber then.
Has a feel, but this seems to be a little smaller and more intimate. The ceiling is much lower, but the tower that you're looking up just seems to go on forever. There's probably floors or spaces up in the tower you can't see from here. It just disappears above you into darkness. There are candelabras and candle chandeliers hanging from various points. The space you're in is incredibly well illuminated, and everything seems to be almost pristine. After a few moments of gazing around at the decorations, you hear the slap of leather sandals against bare feet. and you see the Bursa returning, looking quite haggard. And striding beside him is... Well, he's hard to describe. If most wizards are the wiry, nerdy types, this wizard looks like he may have been a quarterback at some point. He's still wearing his wizard robes, but underneath you can see he's wearing a kind of waistcoat or a vest, and there seems to be lots of little pockets on it. And instead of the usual wizard's hat, he seems to be wearing a floppy fishing hat with some hooks and flies just tucked into the brim. Right, okay, what is it? Arch-Chancellor Redcully here. I hear you have something to say about dragons! Ah, big things. Ah, right, what can I do for you?
Have you seen one lately?
Dragon? Ha ha! No one's seen a dragon in thousands of years! What are you talking about, woman?
We saw one a few days ago.
Ursa, did you examine these people? They seem to be a little mentally deficient. No, Arch-Chancellor. I couldn't really see much from behind the door. Right, okay, well, spit it out. Time's a wasting. I'm supposed to be fishing.
Well, there is a dragon on its way here.
No such thing. Not apart from the little swampy ones.
What do you know about a dragon that was held captive for a very long time to power a certain library?
Talking about fairy tales, dear. Fairy tales. The kind of things we tell the students to stop them screwing up.
So yeah, I screwed up.
He's not a student yet. Didn't hear your fairy tale.
The Arch-Chancellor looks at you, and I think you'd better talk fast, my dear.
You have heard of the Orichalcum, correct?
Orichalcum.
How do you know about the Orichalcum? You're not a
I
wizard.
show him the ring.
Yes,
I
show
was
him
going
the
to say
ring.
that. Show him the ring.
Just came from there.
The Arch-Chancellor steps over towards the cleric and picks up his arm quite briskly and examines the ring, twisting your hand in very painful different directions.
Ow! Ow! Ow!
Oh, stop whining, man. Well, okay. Yes. Bursa? I think you'd better wake up the faculty. Yes, of course, Arch-Chancellor. The Bursa hurries off with the sound of flapping sandals. Right. He's still gripping your hand very tightly. Yes, you better come with me. This way! Still gripping your hand, he spins on his heels and starts marching off towards his office.
I guess we're
dragging
going
the
with
cleric behind him.
Ah.
We've got
Mike.
Blackfire Mike in the room, and looks like we've got with Commander Red 5. How you doing, William?
Hashtag adulting sucks. Amen, Kiru. Amen.
Okay, Brian, you are dragged, literally dragged by the Arch-Chancellor, who's still gripping your hand very tightly, towards his office. He kicks the door open very casually. Right, come in, quick, sit down, just find something to sit on, damn it. Oh, you, big fella. You might want to wait outside. A lot of delicate stuff in here. Bull, china shop, you know what I mean.
Actually, he should probably come in.
Yeah.
He
That's what I was
knows the
thinking.
dragon.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm noticing a theme here. You keep saying the word dragon. Are we
Si,
talking about
senor.
the same thing here?
Big
Gold,
reptile.
really big. Not very nice. Breathes fire.
Sounds like my mother-in-law. Ha ha. Right. How
yeah,
big?
well, we picked him up at the Orichalcum, and he knows the said dragon that I may have released.
My dear, you do realize the Orichalcum is a child's story? One of those fairy tale things that the commoners talk about?
You do realize it's real.
and that we are telling you this right now. And if you would like to survive, then you should probably listen to us.
Brian, can I get a D20 from you?
No.
Okay, well, I rolled a 6. What is this versus?
No, 6 is fine. This is an opposed strength check. What's your strength bonus?
+4.
Okay, so that's a 10 total.
Yes.
Okay, the Arch-Chancellor, still gripping your hand, grabs hold of the ring and pulls it off your finger. Examines it carefully and then gives it a bit of a polish. Disappears.
What the hell?
He just left. He's
A few
gone.
seconds pass.
Is he going to return? There was
And then
lava.
a few seconds passed, and there is a pop noise, and the Arch-Chancellor's back. Oh dear buggery. Shit fucking buggeration. Right. Shit.
Can I have my ring back?
Oh, sorry. Hands the ring back to you. Right. I need to wake the staff.
Yeah, so now that you believe me, what do we do?
What do you mean, what do we do? Who knows what's to do? Nobody's seen a dragon in 1,000 years.
Explain why it's after you guys and why. Like, I get that it was captured and all that, but why capture that specific dragon? Why capture it at all?
Oh, that dragon. Oh crap, we're in trouble. He kind of turns towards a panel of wood behind his desk that seems to have several brass horns mounted into it. And as you look at the wood panel, the brass turns into tubes that seem to disappear up into the ceiling of his office. Sound the alarm! Wizards in danger! A few seconds go by, and then you hear the terrified screams of hundreds of wizards who've just realised that they're on the wrong side of someone else's bed. Right.
Shit, I did that.
Okay. Sit down. Sit down. Not you, big fella. You. It won't take your weight. No. That was an antique. Right. The rest of you, sit down. Try not to break anything. Tell me what happened.
We found this abandoned tower. We got inside. There were guards. There were people captured downstairs, but when we rescued the people downstairs, we noticed this strange feeling, and next thing we knew, we were in the building of the Orichalcum. Bam! Story done.
He holds up a finger and leans back to the shouting tubes on the wall. This is not a drill! All wizards prepare for immediate evacuation! Carry on, dear. Carry on.
Yep, so we found a dragon. It wanted out. I felt bad because it was getting the mad life sucked out of it.
Womp. I said this is not a drill! Everybody, prepare for immediate evacuation, and I don't want to see any panicking this time. Carry on, dear.
We let it out.
Panic!
So it left, and it kind of just said that it was gonna go and get its revenge on the people that put it there in the first place.
You bitch.
Yes.
The Arch-Chancellor pulls open a couple of drawers in his huge dark wood desk and starts tipping the content into what looks like an old sack. Right. So, you're in the Orichalcum, let go of a dragon. Did he seem mad, by any chance?
Not at us.
Just a tad.
Right.
He may have killed a few people on the way over.
Right, my dear, you have reached a turning point in the history of the Great Disc, where wizards will now become an endangered species. Thank you very much for that.
You're welcome.
If he's out to chase down and punish every wizard that put him there, unfortunately that is my entire faculty and most of the students. It's a long line of descent, but we magic users do live a exceptionally long life. Some of us stay devilishly charming during it.
I know I fucked up, okay? I'm an assassin
Oh.
with a heart.
I no longer wish to apply.
Applications closed in September, my dear boy. Right.
So,
Okay.
are we looking at a new vocation then, maybe?
What
Well-
guild would you recommend?
First of all, we have to mobilize. Not you. We magical folk. We will have to mobilize to protect the city. God, Lord Veterinary is going to shit a brick when he. Right, we will have to mobilize because we are the only defense against anything approaching that size of a magical creature. Yes, I do hope you realize the trouble that you've caused here. Many lives will be dependent upon it, and of course, many suppers will be missed.
I'm sorry. I wanted to do good for a sad dragon.
Bad dragon.
It was a
Muggles.
bad and a sad dragon. Defense against the dark arts.
Right. Did you have a particular reason for releasing it, or was it just sheer incompetence and stupidity that leapt to the forefront of your minds?
It was guilt. It was sitting there trapped, weak, and you say that you're an endangered species, but you thought that there weren't any for a really long time.
Did you not think it was trapped there for a reason?
It was being siphoned for its magic, and that is all we were told by the person that was in the library. So I felt bad, and we figured it out, and we released him, and he was grateful, but then he was not grateful to you guys.
Siphoned, say.
Siphoned.
You see, the funny thing is the Bursa does something quite similar with a hose pipe and a funnel. He says it clears him up really well. Always seems a bit perkier the next day.
Jesus. Oh man.
Right.
So not what I
Well,
expected you to
you
say.
let it out. You'd probably best make a stab at putting it back in. Or, if it'll listen to you, perhaps you'll be able to talk it out of not killing everyone!
That's why we came here. What do you
Okay.
suggest? Where would it go first?
Where would it go? What the hell do I know about dragons? I'm only a wizard.
Okay.
Well, your people imprisoned them. Apparently, they know something about dragons.
We need to find the people who imprisoned him in the first place.
Right. I think you'd probably best go and speak to the librarian. I have a mass evacuation to oversee. So, off you go. Toodaloo.
Oh, it's like go ask mom, and then mom says go ask dad, and then vice versa. What the fuck?
As he dismisses you, you notice he's pointing at the floor. Yes, you see those little coloured stars there? Follow the red ones, that'll take you to the library. We lose so many students in this building, it's just easier to do it this way. Right, come on, off you go, and I was supposed to be fishing tomorrow. Damn it!
It's the old feel of a hospital there. Follow the red line.
Yeah.
The
Follow the
Arch-Chancellor
red
kind
line.
of bustles you out of his office and then realizes he can't push over a brick wall and just takes his hands off the golem and points instead. Following the stars?
Yep.
Yeah, I suppose
Okay.
so.
As you step out of the office, you see, very much like a hospital, the little trail of red stars weaving away through one of the doors that you noticed earlier. As you step out of the little alcove of his office and back into that main antechamber that you were in, you notice, well, it's hard not to notice. There are lots of people running around in terror. There's lots of screaming. Some of them are holding sacks with what could be their worldly possessions. Some of them look like they've come straight out of the shower, as one wizard runs past you with a bath towel wrapped around his head, around his waist, still holding a scrubbing brush. It's just sheer panic.
Guys, I think I fucked up again.
I'm just thinking I'm glad that guy had his towel around his waist and not around his head.
Right? I thought the same thing when he said that.
I don't know how the golem feels.
Kind of indifferent, I suppose. Like,
The golem has
Just-
one observation to make, in that he hasn't seen any females in this building.
yeah.
That's his only observation. So you follow the little trail of red stars. It takes you down a long, long corridor. A corridor far too long to be inside the building that you saw from the outside. And eventually, through several wooden doors, it abruptly stops at a huge, huge set of double doors, similar to the ones that you came in from. And a sign hangs quite dirtily on the outside of the wall next to the door, saying library. Another sign that looks like it was written in crayon hangs from the door, or is pinned to the door by a little nail, saying "Enter at your peril." Below the sign is scratched into the wood with what may have been a sharp implement of some sort. The words, "Do not say the M word."
So is that like mine?
Seems safe.
Morning. We'll find out.
M word.
Okay, you going in?
Yeah.
Okay, are you doing it politely, or are you just walking through the door?
We should probably be
Rap
a
lightly
little
on the door.
polite side.
I'm just gonna open the door.
Yeah, I was gonna say I would probably do the same.
Well, then let's send Golem in. Let's send the Golem in. He'll go. That's a
I mean, this is of importance. I don't think being polite is
Right. And
the right way to go.
somebody told me where to go. They didn't really say like how to go. So I'm probably just gonna walk through the door.
Okay, you
Golem
walk.
goes,
Literally
You
through the door?
walk through the door. The wood splinters and shatters as you step through the wooden door, and then collapses on the floor inside the door frame. You reach up and brush some splinters and what looks like a small branch off of your shoulder. The rest of
Hi.
you step through a large golem-shaped hole in the door. And you notice bookshelves. Raw magic almost crackles from the spines of these books, earthing itself harmlessly in the copper nails nailed to every shelf for exactly that purpose. Faint traceries of blue fire crawl along the bookcases, and there was a sound. A papery whispering, such as might come from a colony of roosting starlings. In the silence of the night, the books talked to one another. There was also the sound of someone snoring. The light from the shelves didn't so much as illuminate as highlight the darkness. But by its violet and green and aurora flicker, a watcher may have just identified an ancient and battered desk right underneath the central glass dome that you can see the stars through. The snoring was coming from underneath it, under the desk, where a piece of tattered blanket barely covered what looked like a heap of sandbags, but was in actual fact an adult male orangutan.
Oh right, this guy.
Eric's done his homework. Well done, sir. This was the librarian. Not many people these days remarked upon the fact that he was an ape. The change had been brought about by a magical accident, always a possibility when so many powerful books are kept together, and he was considered to have gotten off lightly. After all, he was still basically the same shape, and he had been allowed to keep his job, which he was rather good at, although allowed is not really the right word. In the way he could roll his upper lip back to reveal more incredibly yellow teeth than any other mouth of the University Council had ever seen before, somehow made the matter never really got raised. The pile of sandbags stirs, and a orangutan's head pokes out from under the scrap of blanket.
Ook.
Oh, guys, look. It's a monkey.
No.
Oh, great.
Cray, let's roll a d20.
Yes.
Oh, no.
That's
Okay. I got 11.
11, right, okay. The librarian's going on a 20.
I love how you literally put in stream, guys, I'm going to say the M word.
I don't even have any stats for this character. I never thought anybody would be dumb enough to do this. Right, librarian goes first. What's your AC? Dustin?
Yeah, I'm checking. Sorry. It's 14.
Okay. He slaps you broadly across the cheek. Take 5 points of damage. You see what little compassion may have been in his human-like eyes turn to absolute berserk rage. The lips crawl back from around his teeth, and it looks like you're looking into 2 bunches of bananas with a tongue.
Thanks, Dustin.
What do you want to do? I'm talking to Dustin. The rest of you are not yet in combat.
Wait. I haven't attacked yet, right?
Not yet, you haven't.
I'm going to use an action to use animal friendship.
This'll be fun.
This is gonna be great.
Okay. Go on.
So, I'm going to try and convince this creature.
He's gonna say it again.
that we are friends.
We're
And
friends.
Somehow I don't
we come in peace, and I'm gonna pull out a banana. And
Well, it is the same kind of shape as a sausage.
Oh. Oh, man.
We're gonna die.
You
Because it's an orangutan.
cast your spell. Talk me through how you do your spell casting.
oh,
Is it actions? Is it words? Is it drawing glyphs in the air like Doctor Strange?
yeah, it's gonna be words. Basically, you know what? Hand gestures.
Okay. You do a hand gesture.
Spirit fingers.
The librarian slaps you again.
Fantastic.
Take another 7 points damage.
Oops.
You do know that spell animal friendship doesn't work on anything with an intelligence above 4.
4. Yeah.
Okay.
No, I know.
You did catch
This is
the
just as
description
stupid.
that he is actually the librarian of the wizard's library, and it was a magical accident that turned him into an orangutan. And you have, on several occasions now, thus ignored the term "don't say the M word." Take another 3 points of damage as he uppercuts you.
You are so fucked, my dude.
Still didn't release a dragon.
Can I try to intervene here?
Shots fired! Shots fired! The new M word.
Okay, Mr.
moron.
Pump, what are you going to do?
I would like to just try to, as gently as possible, hold the librarian back and say, my friend is sorry. We need your help.
Okay. You reach down and you grab the librarian by the scruff of the neck, lifting him up to your level, and say those words. He looks at you. Ook. To you, it feels like you're picking up a heavy sack of bric-a-brac that you picked up at some junk market or flea market. But it weighs a lot more than you thought it would. The rage and the fire in the librarian's eyes seems to dissipate slightly. And as he appears to calm down, you lower him back to the floor. Ook! He points at the ranger. Ook!
I'm gonna look at him and say sorry.
Kralis, a peanut a fully shelled peanut bounces off your head. Take another point of damage.
How much damage?
1 point.
1 point. Okay.
Ook!
I'm sorry. What is your name?
Ook! Ook!
It's not gonna go well.
Okay.
Can I speak with animals?
You can try. Given what you've just done, I don't know if it's going to work.
I just gained the ability to comprehend and verbally communicate with the beast for the duration, which is 10 minutes.
Obviously, my comprehend languages does not include like animals and shit.
Your comprehend languages do not. No.
Okay, that's what I thought.
But that would have been a more intelligent thing to try, apart from saying the word.
Other
monkey.
than fuck. Oh man. Oh, this is just too good. Is Dustin unconscious yet? That's good. You shit disturber.
Are you doing speak with animals?
Yes.
Okay, mark off that spell then.
Okay.
The librarian raises a orangey eyebrow. Ook? You nod. Ook? You nod again. Ook. You reply, Ook, but your accent is terrible. The librarian stands there, kind of slumped, like a really old sofa that you found lying on the side of the road, and scratches his big orange head. Ooh. Ooh! He beckons you to follow him.
I'll follow.
Are you all following?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. He leads you down one of the aisles between the bookcases. As he comes to the end of the bookcase, he taps on the back of the bookcase, where you can see that there are some chalk marks on the bookcase. There are 3 vertical marks on this one. He turns a very sharp left, followed by a sharp right, and moves down another corridor. So, as the librarian knuckles his way urgently along the dark aisles between the slumbering bookshelves, you realise that you're crossing into... okay, can I get perception checks from everybody, please? D20 plus your wisdom.
Yeah. Yeah, about that.
18 in total.
A natural 1.
Hey, I switched
Uh,
dice and I got a 17 finally. That was awesome.
I also got an 18.
13. 13 total.
Okay. Our cleric and our rogue sense there's magic afoot, and you recognize the feeling that you had where you walked into what was a stone alcove the day before, and stepped out into a beautifully ornate carved fortress in the middle of a mountain. It's the kind of tingling feeling on the back of your neck when a pigeon shits on you.
But
kind
do
of
we have a
warm-
headache?
Kind of warm and wet and sticky, and you don't really want to put your hand in it. You have crossed into something called L space.
Dustin just puts his hand in his.
Well, you're the only two that notice it.
So you continue following the librarian as he knuckles along between the bookshelves, taking lefts and rights, instinctively knowing where he's going. But you notice that the books are getting older. And you notice that the rooms are not as well lit. The aisles are not as well lit as they were before. Brian, you and Sam also seem to get this weird sensation that causes you to look at each other. And a non-verbal moment of communication passes between the two of you. Brian, you're thinking, are these books talking to us? And Sam thinks back, yes. And you start to hear more and more whispers, very quietly as you walk along the bookcases. Eventually, the librarian comes to the end of one of the rows, and he clambers up the bookshelf. He doesn't need the ladder thing. Not anymore. Clambers up the bookshelf 20 feet up into the air and starts pulling volumes off the top shelf. Tucks them under his arm and kind of swings and knuckles his way back down, and beckons you to follow him to a large reading table. As he gets close to the table, the candlesticks instantly light with that kind of very familiar octarine light that you're now seeing everywhere. The purples and the greens and the blues of the Aurora Borealis. He plonks one of the books down. It looks like a monstrous leather-bound Bible of a book. And on top of it, he lays a much thinner-looking volume. He taps at it. Ook! Ook! Dustin, in your head, you translate this to, well, there's not many books on dragons left, but this is one of them. Ooh. He adds, telling you that he is probably the most foremost dragon expert left in this city. He opens the book. It's called Where is My Dragon? The first page. Where is my dragon? The pictures seem artfully drawn. You're looking at the inside of a small, could be a farmhouse, little wooden table drawn in the corner, and a man scratching his head with a big question mark above him. Where is my dragon? Is it under the table? The next page, the man's looking under the table. No, that's not my dragon. That's a dog. The librarian continues as you look on rapt interest, rigidly fixed to the ups and downs of this wonderful story, as the farmer investigates various parts of his outbuildings and his fields, looking for his dragon. That's not my dragon, that's a giraffe. Where's my dragon? The story continues. Eventually, the farmer makes his way down to what appears to be a duck pond. And in the middle of the pond sits a small little swamp dragon, about the size of a large dog, curled up on a rock. Ah, there's my dragon. Oh, what a wonderful day. We have found the dragon. The librarian taps. Ook.
That's not what we're looking for.
A gesture like really, really big with wings.
Ook. Ook.
Fire.
You translate this as, no, there's not been anything anywhere near as big as what you described for hundreds or thousands of years. You must be mad. Do you have a peanut?
We saw one the other day. That's why we've been sent here.
Ook. Ook. Ook.
Do you have any books on the dragon that was trapped at the
Oracle.
Orichalcum?
He slides the first thinner volume, Where's My Dragon, off the stack and opens up the big, monstrous, leather-bound book beneath it. This thing looks like it's almost a square meter, and it has a gravitational pull of its own as you all start to lean in to see what's inside the book. Inside the book, you see what looks like a copperplate print of a scene that looks very familiar to you.
The mural.
From the door to the dragon chamber, yes. Ook, ook.
Yes.
You
I want
translate.
to point to that and say that that's where we went.
Kralis, you translate this to idiot wizards, captured dragon, prison, power.
Yes. We've seen this. Now those idiot wizards are in danger.
Ook, 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 ook. Translates to wizards are crazy.
Can you let him know that this dragon is crazy and is about to kill everybody if we don't do something about it and find the people that put him in there?
Ook. Translates as duh.
Well,
Where do we go? You said that you were an expert.
Ooh. Librarian knuckles off back towards the shelves. While he's away, you examine the carving, the print of the carving that you saw, and the print is not. Oh, sorry. The print is much clearer than the carving you saw on the doors. The doors had been ravaged by thousands of years of neglect, and the stone had begun to crumble, so it wasn't exactly clear what was going on. But in this print, it's immaculate, almost the day that it was chiseled. And you can see not only the wizards standing around at the base of the mountain, you can see the dragon riders that you saw before doing battle with each other. And at the very point of the highest peak, you see the peak of that mountain disappearing into the clouds. And at the very top, you see what looks like a round platform with more Corinthian-style columns. At the very top of this peak, amidst the Corinthian columns, you see what looks like a large shape breathing fire upon these columns. As you do so, the librarian knuckles back with a huge scroll tucked under one arm, lays it down on the table, spreads it out, and picks up 2 candlesticks to weigh down either side of the scroll. The scroll is a map, and on this map you see the entire disc, the entire world as you now come to know it, because never have you seen the entire disc drawn in a single drawing. You've seen little scribblings of the towns and the villages that you've moved through. The most you've ever seen is the map of a small region that might be pinned up on the notice board outside a city or a town hall. But you're looking at a map of the entire Discworld. In the center of that map, you see the Ramtop Mountains, and you see Cori Celesti, the home of the gods. As you move towards the hub, in each direction you see rivers flowing with water leading down into lakes and into seas. Some of the areas on the map are labelled. Sam, you might be able to read them if you want to use your language skills.
Yeah, sure.
Give me an investigation, please. A D20 plus intelligence.
19 in total.
Okay. Eric,
Wow.
can I get the same from you as well, please?
What check did you say it was?
Intelligence.
For a second, I thought you were drinking like wine from a wine bottle.
Actually, go for intelligence or wisdom, whichever's your highest modifier.
Intelligence or wisdom? Let's see.
Okay, Blackfire Mike's off to do some yoga. Thanks for hanging around, Mike. Hope you've enjoyed it. We'll see you if you're getting back later. We should be on for about another hour or two.
See you later, Mike.
So
Mike.
I just
I
got a
went-
notification that Cyberpunk 2077 developers got locked out of workstations because of a big cyber attack, and now everybody has to shut down.
That's all right. It sounds very much like how the game plays.
Oh no.
Yeah,
Maybe,
You're randomly
maybe the
doing
game will
something
get
and it
fixed
shuts down.
in the meantime.
poor cyber glitch people.
Eric,
So-
which was a higher,
Yeah.
intelligence or wisdom?
Wisdom
Okay.
is a -2 compared to my intelligence, a -3.
Okay.
So
What was your
my
roll?
total roll was 0.
Helpful. Right. Get those bad rolls out of the way.
Yeah.
Well, he already did his nat 20.
Right. Yeah. It's I've run out.
Brian, can I get the same from you? Wisdom for yours.
Well, let's put it this way. I didn't roll a 1. I got 7.
Okay, that's still promising. Okay, William's off for the night. Have a good night, bud. William's one of the guys that I used to work with down in London. Right, Sam, you are probably the only one that makes any sense of the runes written on there, but you see the different regions of the disc, the different nations, so to speak, the kingdoms, mapped out on this huge roll of parchment. Brian, you recognize many of the areas just from the drawings on the map. You don't have to necessarily read them. You've seen outlines of Lanka before. You've seen the outlines of Ankh-Morpork. You've seen the drawn outlines of Klatch. And you recognize most of these regions as you're looking at the map. But this is a more complete map of the globe. Well, sorry, not the globe, of the disc than you've ever seen before. The librarian's pointing a leathery finger down at some islands to the very hub of the disc, almost approaching the rim. Sam, you bend all the way down as close as you can, and you can just make out some words scratched into the scroll, scratched into the parchment, giving these islands a label. They're called the Dragon Watch Islands. The librarian taps his leathery finger. Ook. Translate that to dragons.
Can we watch?
Dragons.
Yeah. Do we watch dragons there? Do they watch us?
Through a series of complicated hand gestures and an awful lot of vowels, the librarian is able to portray some quite detailed information to you. Many thousands of years ago, it was a time when dragons flew quite comfortably in the skies over the disc. But the battle that the ancient wizards had, wiped out nearly all of the dragons. Apart from the one that was kept prisoner, which you know about. And another one that managed to escape. Legend says that that dragon escaped to the Dragon Watch Islands and took some humans with it, some of its disciples. Over the many thousands of years, stories have always been told about strangers wandering around in the cities every 30 or 40 or 50 years. Big strangers. Scaled strangers. Wearing gloves, wearing hooded robes. But only when you catch a glimpse of their flesh do you realize it's not flesh. They've moved about between the cities. They're almost like ghosts in the city. They're a legend. They're a bit of a bogeyman story. But nonetheless, these stories exist. The librarian taps the islands again with his leathery finger. Ook. Translates, you might find answers here.
Thank you.
Ook. Translation, do you have that peanut?
Sure don't.
Pulls out a sausage.
The librarian looks at the sausage in your hand. Ooh, vegetarian.
Mm.
Ooh. Translation, bugger off, I've got work to do.
You sure
Okay.
there's nothing else we need to know?
How do we get there? Like, did he?
Oh,
He cups his hands together in this shape and makes that symbol. Ooh.
So I'm moving like a fish.
Translation, you're not
Get a
going to
boat.
fly there.
I could have fly there?
Point of-
Oh, okay.
Not going to fly there. Okay.
With that, he closes the books, re-rolls the scroll, tucks it under his arm, and then knuckles back to the bookshelf and scampers up it to replace the books on the high shelf. And with that, we are just past midnight my time, so we're an hour 2. Let's take 10 minutes.
Okay.
Okay.
Right, audience, if you are listening, we're going to just take a short 10-minute break for comfort's sake. We will be back shortly.
I was just gonna say they might like to hear this kind of stuff. That's all.
So yeah, these I've taken elements from the books, little side sections and stories from the books, as your side missions. I've actually got a section called side missions, and each side mission has like a page of notes to kind of set the scene that's actually been lifted directly out of one of the books. How the side mission goes is a very different story. But yeah, how are we feeling so far?
Fantastic.
Curious how we
Going
were
good.
supposed to talk to the librarian. If I didn't try and use speak with the animals,
Oh man.
I mean, to be
because if all I
fair,
could,
he is the
that's all I
librarian
could-
of one of the biggest wizarding libraries
Right.
on the planet, and you were talking to him as if he's a domesticated cat.
well, he got turned into one, so
I mean, to be fair, not many people speak orangutan, but
exactly.
you know, when he slapped you, you know what I had in mind? Clyde in that Clint Eastwood movie
Yeah.
when the orangutan just
Right,
goes smack.
right turn, Clyde.
What was the name of that film? I can't remember.
Too long. I don't remember. He did so many movies.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to look that one up because that was a funny film. But yeah, just getting slapped by what is effectively a leather sack filled with rubble.
Any which way you can.
Oh yeah, Any Which Way You Can was the first one, and Any Which Way But Loose was the second one.
Yes.
Oh
I
yeah,
think
it
I've
was
seen the
from
second
End Which
one.
Way
Yeah.
But Loose.
And I
Yeah,
remember
that's where he goes right turn, Clyde,
Thanks,
and then
Mark.
Clyde punches the guy.
because Clyde's sitting there dressed in a limo driver's outfit driving the car, where actually
Yeah.
the guy in the back of the car is actually doing the driving remotely. And then the
Yeah.
cops pull up next to him and they're trying to ask him for his license documents, and the orangutan just like blows a raspberry at them or something.
Yeah.
Oh, fun stuff. Right, okay. Eric should be back in a moment, but you have some new information.
Thanks
What
to the
now?
librarian. Are we gonna? You guys want to look around the town some more, or do we want to head to try and find a way to get to this island? I'm assuming we're gonna have to get there by boat.
Yeah, but if we want to
Which means
have
we have to get a
anybody
boat.
on our side, this is the place to join
Recruit?
a guild or something.
Have a wizard on our side that's not terrified of being murdered by a dragon.
Mm-hmm. We could miss
try
stuff
and-
if we leave.
Right. That's why I'm asking. Same reason I asked if you wanted to keep a golem.
And that turned out great.
He's been
You
quite
say it
helpful.
as if like there's no problems. Like so far,
No.
it's been great. I'm waiting for Brian's bad decision.
I'm waiting
What?
for that
I-
too.
The only thing that I was thinking about maybe is like, would it be advantageous to go to the Clerics Guild?
Is there one?
Not a guild of clerics, but you can go to the Temple of Offla and speak to the other
Yeah.
clerics there.
Okay.
We can do that.
So while you're deciding this, the librarian has knuckled away between the aisles, replacing the books, and you hear him shuffling off between the slumbering bookshelves. The rooftop of this city belonged to him. Oh, assassins and thieves might make use of them, but he'd long ago found that the forest of chimneys, buttresses, gargoyles, and weather vanes are a convenient and somehow comforting alternative to the streets. At least up until now. An urban jungle which held no fears for a 300-pound ape. But now the word dragon is upon the lips of every wizard in the building. Now the nightmare he had seen while brachiating across a dark alley would, if he had been human, have made him doubt the evidence of his own eyes. And you have given flesh to that nightmare. As an ape, he probably had no doubts whatsoever about his eyes and believed them all the time. Right now, we wanted to concentrate them urgently on a book that might hold a clue. It was in a section no one bothered with much these days. The books in there were not really magical. Dust lay accusingly on the floor. Dust with footprints in it.
Oh,
Ooh,
someone else in here?
said the librarian in the warm glow. He proceeded cautiously now, realizing with a sense of inevitability that the footsteps seemed to have the same destination in mind as he did. He turned a corner, and there it was. The section, the bookshelf, the shelf, the gap. There are many horrible sights in the multiverse. Somehow, though a soul attuned to the subtle rhythms of a library, there are few worse sights than a hole where a book ought to be. Somebody had stolen a book.
Sacrilege!
Did they
Dun
leave a
dun
receipt?
dun.
A book has been taken.
He's like, what the fuck just happened?
A book's been taken.
But did they leave a receipt?
In this instance,
look.
no. Okay, you managed to retrace your steps. The ranger's natural sense of direction is some help in this instance, but you managed to mostly retrace your steps back to the front doors of the library and the golem-shaped hole in the doors.
Next time I'll use chalk to mark our way.
Do you have any chalk?
Yes.
Okay, probably would have been a good idea then.
Yeah, I was going to suggest that, but I didn't speak up.
Standing in the doorway, with a clipboard and a pencil and a very angry and somewhat puzzled look on his face, is the bursar. He looks accusingly as the golem lumbers up behind the rest of the party. And the realization dawns upon the bursar's face. Fleetingly, turns around and comes back and camps for the night. As he puts two and two together and realizes golem-shaped puzzle piece fits in golem-shaped hole in the door. Do you have any idea how much this is going to cost? Do you know how expensive Magical's unsentient wood is?
Magical.
Yes, I said sentient wood. Not scented. No. We're not a bunch of hippies here. We're not sniffing the smoke. I'm talking about sentient wood. You hang around in a library long enough, you get smart. Talk to the rats someday. They'll tell you that. Right.
We talked to the monkey.
No.
Oh, God.
The bursar drops to the floor, cowering under his hands, and peeks out from underneath his robes. Don't say the M word! Out of the darkness behind you, a book comes flying, striking you on the back of the head, Dustin. Take another 4 points of damage.
So,
yeah, done fucked up, kid.
He's an orangutan. He's got dark vision and incredibly good aim.
are
Can I see
you in
what the
need
book
of my
is?
services yet, Dustin?
I mean, I'm plus 20. Yeah, I mean, I'm hurting a little bit.
In the darkness, the librarian rolls his eyes. Homo sapiens. You could keep. The bursar slowly gets to his feet. Look, I think you probably better get out of here now. Did you find the information you needed?
Pretty well.
I think so.
Okay, he leads you back along the little trail of red stars on the floor. Okay, what did you find out?
There's 2 dragons. And we know possibly where one is and where one may be going?
You hear a couple of screams from an alcove not far away as some student wizards hear the words 2 dragons and panic. The sound of flapping sandals slowly dies away after a few seconds. 2 dragons.
Maybe.
Right. This is one of those situations where you probably want to be quite sure. Because, 2 great big hulking fuck-off dragons flying around, burning stuff. Not good.
That's what we're going to make
We're sure about
of.
one.
I don't want to know.
Okay. Instead of this, where can we find a boat?
Try down by the docks.
Where do we find the docks?
Follow your nose. It smells like fish.
That could lead us many different places, good sir.
In this city? Yes. That's the fun part. Right, yeah. As you come out the university grounds, turn left. Follow that road all the way to the end. It's about a mile, maybe 2. And you should see the docks there. But I would probably be careful. It's docks. Lots of sailors, rough types. With that, the bursar shuffles away, scribbling furiously on his clipboard.
Okay, well, we should.
I've already started heading out the door.
There you go. Brian, do you want to head where you suggested first?
Yeah, I guess we could head over to the Temple of Offler.
We might as well not leave before we've hit a couple more spots.
So, for the benefit of those in the stream chat, I've just pulled up the map of the Discworld. Guys, you would have had this in the Dropbox. It's the big round globe-looking thing with a turtle underneath it.
Yep.
The Dragon Watch Islands are, if you are looking at the map, down in the bottom right-hand corner, next to the angel with blowing a little cloud out of his mouth. You'll see there's a small string of islands. That's where you're aiming for. Ankh-Morpork being relatively in the center of the lower half of the map. I'm not sure if I can share my screen with you. Is that working?
Yeah, that's coming up.
So there's the Ramtops where you were. There's the hub with Cori Celesti sitting atop it. Ankh-Morpork is down here. And then your islands are just here.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, hang on, wrong window.
So that's going to take a while to get there.
How do I stop sharing my screen? How do I
So we're gonna have to
stop-
travel
easier
across
to-
land first.
Do you go to the bottom and hit share screen again?
Stop share. There we go. So, there's a couple of ways you can get there. You can go overland if you want. You're going to be going through some very hostile territory, obviously, and an awful lot of desert. You could take a boat. Ankh-Morpork
And
is
past
one of
that
the...
freaky ass dragon that we just saw, or like sea monster.
Is the flying carriage still an option?
But they said that it only goes back and forth from that place to the other place that we were just at.
And how long would it last before it wasn't flying?
Yeah.
Well, probably the better question is how many turnips do you find growing in the desert? Because you're going to run out of fuel pretty quickly.
Right, yeah, that's true.
Or over the ocean?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we've invented a hovercraft. Well done, lads.
Yay.
Okay, so you make your way out through the main door of the university. As you're leaving the building, there are running and screaming and terrified and panicking wizards everywhere. It looks like there was an inadvertent delivery of prostitutes to an old people's home. sheer terror, masking sheer delight, masking finally we get to do something fun, masking oh god, I'm gonna die. So, you're standing outside the university buildings now. Where are you going?
Well, I'd be heading to the Temple of Offler. So I guess maybe flag down one of the city guards.
No, he said we could see it, right?
The Temple of Offler?
Yeah.
No, you can't see it from where you're standing, but you can go towards it.
Okay. What can we see from where we were?
The docks.
From where you are, just by the Isle of Gods. No.
Oh, that was it. That was it.
The Isle of Gods is a little island in the centre of Ankh-Morpork. You're on the north shore of the mainland. That's where the university is located. In a region called Unreal, the Unreal Estate. That's where the university is. So you can make your way to the docks. As you're standing on the steps deciding which way to go, you hear some boots shuffling along on the cobblestones behind you. It's Captain Vimes. He strikes a match on the bottom of one of his boots and relights the cigar that's kind of dangling from the side of his mouth. Bloody great big flying alligator setting fire to my city, mumbles Vimes. Oh, you lot. What are you doing here?
Just leaving, actually.
Yeah, probably a bit late for that. From what the Arch-Chancellor tells me, you might have something to do with this bloody great big flying lizard.
You're welcome.
May or may not be very true.
Right. Well, since my lads are going to be run off their feet now, trying to stop panic spreading through the city, and since these wizards are the ones going to be trying to keep order, they're going to be stationed on every spot on the wall around the entire city to keep a lookout for this bloody great big flying alligator. And you, he pokes a finger at the cleric, you look like you might be one of those alligator folk.
Could be.
You happy now?
I'm just sharing the love.
Not everyone gets to see a dragon. Consider
You might be
yourself
sharing a cell
lucky.
at this rate.
Pamphlet?
Look, look. I know you went off to speak to the librarian. What did he tell you?
He suggested,
Ook?
yeah.
No,
He
I don't think he
suggested-
told you ook. Possibly ook, but not ook.
He suggested that we go to the Dragon Watch Islands.
Right, so you're thinking about chartering a ship, are you?
Yes.
Got plenty of coin?
Sure. Yeah. Enough. No.
Right,
You
well, I'll tell
say
you what.
you got enough, but you don't know the amount.
Cross that
Well,
bridge, go to the end of the street, that's the dock.
Sneaky sneak onto the ship.
With
With
an
the
8-foot golem.
Yeah.
Like two of
You
us
just
could
gotta
probably
hold on to
sneak
the bottom.
on.
Yeah, right. And
Yeah.
no matter how many
While
times
the
you
other
tell me to
two
sneak.
employ a crane to load the golem into the cargo hold.
Yeah.
Yes.
That won't be noticed at all.
Yeah.
Wait, he can just
Two
he can
people
just
there holding
walk to
ping
the
pong
islands.
bats, just waving the crane
Right.
down. Right.
Ugh.
Okay. Vimes scratches the side of his nose rather absently. Look, if you want to charter a ship, and the Dragon Watch Isles are a bloody long way away, you want to charter a ship, you're going to need gold. Go down, have a chat. Once you're done, come back and see me. My lads are going to be busy, but we might have a couple of jobs that you can do for us, since you've dropped us right in the shitty with this one. With that, he strides off down the main walkway of the university grounds, out the gates. You hear some shouting as he addresses the two wizards that were standing outside. There's a funny smell drifting over from that direction.
Are we at the docks?
No, you're still on the steps of the university.
Okay.
Where are we going? You going to the temple? Are you going to the docks?
Going to the
I think
temple.
we should temple first. Yeah.
Temple first. Okay. You head out blindly, wandering around in the city, looking for something that might approach a temple of some kind of god. Let me just bring up the city map for the benefit of those in the chat. University is actually, I can share this for share. So that's the Isle of Gods, where all the temples are located. Can you see the map now?
Yes.
Yep.
So that's the Isle of Gods in the very centre of the city. Unreal Estate is where the university is. This is where you are here.
Hmm.
So if you're going to be wanting to charter a boat, you're going to have to get down towards Dimwell, which is on the south side of the city on the coast. Alternatively, if you're going to be heading over towards the Watch House and taking up Commander Vimes on his offer, you're going to be heading over towards where is it? Trying to remember where Pseudopolis Yard was on this map. I think it was in the Scours. Yeah, so you're going to be heading towards the Scours. So from where you are, you need to head south at least to get to the temple, and then to navigate you around, whether you're going to Dimwell or to the Scours. Up to you.
Well, I think we ought to head to the temple first. It's first place we go anyway. We got to pass by it. And then from there
determine
we'll
whether we
decide.
want to go,
Yeah.
whether the scores or the down to the docks.
Okay. Right. So, to the temple it is.
Omar, did you get my message? This second?
Yeah, I just saw that, yeah.
Okay.
Are you going to be long?
How long will it take? I have no idea. It could be an hour.
Okay.
I don't. So.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
let's try and wrap this up within the next 20 minutes then. And then we'll see how we go from there. If you've got to duck out, then you've got to duck out. That's fine. We can always catch you up afterwards.
Okay.
Since you're kind of a liability to the party at the moment.
Just monkeying around.
The ranger that thinks he's a rogue.
Yeah, you could say you're monkeying around, you little shit.
Yeah.
Um,
Okay, you navigate your way down towards the Isle of Gods, crossing over the bridges. The bridge has beautifully carved figurines of various gods of various different types. In the Discworld, there are thousands of gods. There's gods for everything. There are gods for the woodworkers. There are gods for the stonemasons. There's even gods for the seamstress guild. And you recognize a few of them as you go past. Brian, you're looking at most of these. Well, you're looking at nearly every statue on that bridge with just disgust, because they are not true believers.
Yep.
Offler is the only true god, and the word of Offler must be spread. Can I get a D20 from you, please, Brian? Just a straight roll.
Mr. Pump, what do you believe in?
Well, actually got a 19.
19. Okay, as you're crossing the bridge and you're moving through the throng of people, you take the opportunity to hand out some pamphlets.
I was just going to say that anyways.
Mr. Pump being a golem, they have their own religion. And something you haven't noticed about Mr. Pump until you start crossing into the religious space of the city is that he has a lot of runes carved into the clay of his body. They're very, very fine, but as he crosses the bridge onto the holy lands of the Isle of Gods, they start to glow very gently. These are the words of the Golem religion. To us, we would recognize them as the first rule of robotics.
So does he have runatory arthritis kind of flaring up right now?
I don't know whether to give you experience points for that or to dock you experience points for that.
Yeah,
You know what?
That was
The
pretty good.
next thing you fight, you're gonna get hit first, Brian.
Inspiration.
You're gonna get hit first. It's gonna go for you first. Okay, you make your way down to the temple. All the temples pretty much look alike, almost as if they were built by the same construction teams. The only real difference is the statues standing outside and the drapery and the fabrics hanging change from colour to colour. You aim for the green one, because you know that's Offler.
Yeah.
Inside, you see... are you all going in, or just for you, Brian?
I'm gonna wait outside.
Okay.
Yeah, I will also wait outside.
Fuck it, I want to go in.
Okay. So, our cleric and the rogue step into the temple. You're met by one of the lower grade acolytes who's on door duty. An honoured cleric. Very pleased to have you in our facility. How can we help you, sir?
I'm looking maybe for a slight amount of assistance. There is something of intrigue heading this way, and was wondering if I could speak with the resident priest.
Something of intrigue, you say? Intriguing. Follow me. With a swish of rather expensive cloth and the scrape of a green tabard embroidered, I can't remember the name of the thing, but the bit of cloth that the Catholic priests wear around their neck. Some form of tabard, I'm sure. But with a scrape of very expensive cloth on perfectly clean floors, he leads you back into the temple. And in the middle of the temple, the priest is bent at an altar, praying. There is a huge statue of Offler standing above the altar. He looks like he has the body of a rather well-gifted man with lots and lots of muscles. And the head, the leering grin head of a crocodile, with his jaws slightly open and his teeth bared as he looks down upon his disciples in the temple. The statue is painted in the colours you would expect, but you start to see that on closer inspection the paint is starting to flake a little. It hasn't been as well taken care of as recent. From what you remember, membership is dropping a little. And as we all know about the gods, the fewer people believe in the gods, the less powers they have. The acolyte taps the priest on the shoulder and whispers in his ear. The priest grumbles to himself a little, stands up, and turns towards you. He's wearing similar clothing to yourself, but longer robes and more ornate, more brocading on the green fabric. And he's also wearing what looks like a crocodile-shaped hat that would almost give him the basically he's got a crocodile head on his head that makes him look like kind of like a Halloween version of Offler. He bows to you.
He's a lot higher in the order than me.
Considerably. He bows to you. How can we help you, wandering cleric?
Well, I was wondering if I could speak with you in a little bit more private setting.
He turns to the acolyte and shoos him away. Continue. Every word you say here may be said in front of the great Offler.
Well, I do have a bit of intrigue. We have gone in our adventures recently and have inadvertently caused a little bit of danger to head this way. We've actually released one of the few remaining dragons that are out there, and it's not happy about being trapped for the time that it was by the wizards.
Well, my son, you sound like you're speaking in metaphors of some sort, but if a great power has been unleashed upon the world, the wizards will certainly have that in hand. If not, then the great Lord Offla will do as he sees fit.
You may believe that I was speaking in metaphors, but I was actually speaking plainly. There is a dragon on its way here.
I'm sure you've been out in the sun far too long on your long journey.
Now, have you heard the legend of the magical library of Orcalcium?
He gestures to you and himself, do not believe in such fairy tales. We are priests. We are servants of the great god. If you want libraries, you really should speak to the wizards.
I did believe as you as well. However, I have been at this library, and I show him the ring.
A pretty trinket. How can we help you? You still are not making sense.
Well, with this danger coming close, we would likely need to lend aid to the city. I was also wondering if you could aid us as well.
Okay, if you need supplies or items for your quest, we would be happy to provide those. We have a fresh set of printed pamphlets.
Oh, those would be appreciated.
Yes, the printers here in Ankh-Morpork do amazing things. They can even get 4 colours on them. So they actually can get the green right. No more black and white offler.
I like that. So one of the edicts before us is to actually travel to the Dragon Watch Isles.
That will be some journey. You will need more than 1 box of pamphlets.
True.
I'll have to send one of the acolytes to the printers tomorrow to get some more done. We'll see if we can rustle up a cart or a wheelbarrow for you to transport them in. But you must spread the word. You must spread the word.
Oh, yes.
Do you have any idea how you're going to be traveling? It is a journey of several weeks.
It should be interesting, but like one of the ways that we're thinking of doing this is traveling by boat.
Okay. Yes, we are disciples of the god of crocodiles, so yes, existence upon the water is an encouraged thing. Yes, yes.
Is there any preferred contact that you have down by the docks?
He pauses for a second, searching his memory. No. But if you have
So you
enough
don't-
coin, then I'm sure someone will be able to hire you their services. It's a very long journey, though. It will be considerable. Do you have sufficient funding?
Well, we're looking to expand on that. We don't have a tremendous amount at this point.
Well, you do look like a cleric of some skill, and we do still have the problem downstairs. If you'd be willing to, well, we normally get the students to kind of go through the catacombs and give it a bit of a tidy up, if you know what I mean. But lately, so few of them come back. So if you're willing to help out, we can certainly see to raising some funds for your journey.
I'm sure that we can help out there. Just a few wandering downstairs, maybe?
Okay. He reaches into his robes and he pulls out a huge iron key. It looks like something from a cartoon. Follow me.
So this is the key to the city?
It could be a key to the outhouse for all you know. He leads you through a little side door behind the altar, down a very, very narrow set of winding stairs down into what would be a basement area below the main temple. In one wall, you see a huge iron door. It is solid iron by the looks of it. There's no wood there at all. It's just plain metal. It's black with age. There's little streaks of rust that runs down it. He puts the key in.
Streaks.
He puts the key in and forces it round with some effort until there's a huge clang and the lock gives way. Okay, so the catacombs. As I said, we normally send some of the acolytes in a couple of times a year just to kind of tidy up. So if you wouldn't mind, you'd be doing us a huge favour here, and we can see what donations we can collect from our other followers to help fund you on your religious journey.
Mm-hmm. And the pamphlets.
Oh yes, and the pamphlets. We have a new shade of green that we're going to try. Less grassy, more olive. We're not too sure if it's too light or not in colour, but I have a print sample upstairs. I can go and find that for you. So
nice.
If you just proceed. Do you have enough equipment for a couple of days?
I'm pretty sure we have at least a couple of days.
Okay. With that, he kind of starts pushing you through the doorway in a hurried manner. He gets. Oh. Did you come here alone, or do you want me to fetch your friends?
There's a couple of friends that we have with us as well.
Right.
So
okay.
they should be just outside.
Okay. Well, if you want to go in, I make a start. He pushes the cleric and the rogue in, and then shuts the door behind you, and clang as the lock hits home, and then shuffles off upstairs to find the other two. You're in the catacombs. It's dark.
Well, let there be light. I'll do my light cantrip.
Okay. Are you casting it on something, or are you just going to have your glowing orb?
Just my glowing orb.
Okay. You cast your cantrip, and you see light just starting to kindle in the palm of your hand. And yeah, you see very, very old carved stone walls with lots of little alcoves as you go down the main corridor. It's about 3 or so meters wide, a couple of meters tall, easily enough for room for the golem to stand. And lots of alcoves. Lots of little alcoves carved in the walls. While you are taking your surroundings, the priest hurries back upstairs and approaches the two suspicious-looking people standing outside the temple that are clearly not followers of Offla. Right. Are you the two colleagues? Your friends are inside?
Yeah, friends inside, yes.
Are you believers?
Of what?
No.
Of Offla.
I believe people believe in him.
Right. Okay. Okay. Well, yeah. Follow me. Your friends are going to do a little job for us down in the catacombs, and I think they said they wanted your company. So yeah, follow me. He shuffles off, leads you to the same cast iron door, inserts the key, clang, pushes you, Dustin, inside. Attempts to push the golem, and he feels like he's trying to fell a tree with his bare hands, and gives up after a few seconds and points.
Yeah, I'll
Guess
go
we'll
ahead.
try and...
Okay. You move into the catacombs. You immediately see your colleague standing there with his glowing ball of light as he's looking around at all the carvings on the walls in all the alcoves, and then clang as the door shuts and the lock shoots home. You look around in the alcoves. You see that some of these alcoves are occupied with large chests made out of wood and iron. Some of them are occupied by very old earthenware jars. Some of them are occupied rather more recently, wrapped in linens. These are the crypts. At this level, you see lots of symbols of Offla as tokens, almost as if they're being offered to the god in each of these little alcoves, almost like little shrines to Offla. And in each of those, you see multiple jars or multiple banded wooden boxes, and you make a guess that these are probably family remains, where members of the same family are buried together, whether they're interred in a jar or swept up and put in a box, or wrapped up and, if they happen to be coming back whole, wrapped up in linens and stacked on top of each other, quite higgledy-piggledy. In front of you is a double-wide set of stairs, very, very old. You can see the steps have been worn from thousands of years of climbing up and down them, and almost sink-like depressions in each stone where feet have been treading these steps for centuries. Welcome to the catacombs. And at this point, I would normally take a break. Dustin, do you want to? You've still got the link. Do you want to try joining the Zoom from your phone? You should be able to.
I can try that. I've only got about 20% battery left on it, though.
Okay. You'll definitely need to plug in if we're doing this. You don't necessarily have to share your camera; just have the audio running at least.
Right, and I can try. The only thing is, you'll probably get an echo.
Right. Okay. I think we could probably live with that. I'm gonna run for about another hour because I want to start getting you exploring the catacombs.
Okay. The other thing is, I will let you know if I can do that. I may just have to help out with this issue,
Okay.
so I may not be able to come back and just be real quick or not.
Okay. As you will. If you can join, you can join. Brilliant. Guys, are you okay to continue?
Yeah,
Yep.
I'm good.
Yeah. Okay. Right. So, for the benefit of everybody on the Discord, in the Twitch chat, we're going to take a quick break. Going to sort out some technical stuff, and we will be back to the adventure shortly. Welcome back, everyone. We have temporarily lost Dustin. He's had to do some family stuff, do a bit of tech support, so he might be rejoining us later. But in the meantime, we are going to continue without our suicidal ranger. Because, there's the signs. The people go to the effort of carving signs, saying not to do something. And he still goes and does it, honestly. I mean,
Right.
come on.
Things might
So
go a
is
little
it
more smoothly for a
actual
little
regular suicide or verbal suicide?
I don't know. I'm gonna call him the monkey from now on. I'm gonna be like, all right, monkey, what you want to do? And he'll be like, fuck off.
Well, are we talking about Dustin or the actual librarian?
Dustin.
By the way, if you had any peanuts, that would have helped you.
I really wish that I had of, but I didn't know if I did or not. I just knew I had food. I don't know if I could choose what food I have.
That would have been a die roll. I remember
Really?
you were given some
Oh,
items
right.
of equipment.
The bag.
One of you has a little pouch. One of you has a backpack.
Oh, fuck, that's me, isn't it?
Oh,
it is.
I've got the pouch. Oh yeah, you have the backpack.
I have the
pouch.
patched backpack of holding.
Yep.
That's Oh shit. So we could check in there to see if there's peanuts. Oh, I know that now. I'm gonna use that all the time.
Well, mine's just a random roll. I just open the bag out, stick my hand in, and pull out whatever.
Yep.
What if you get eaten?
Whereas Sam's Sam's taking a D20 and rolling for nuts.
Didn't he throw a peanut at Dustin though when he took 1 point of damage?
No, that was yes, actually, that was a peanut. It was a peanut shell. Yeah.
Oh, it was a peanut shell.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's so pretty.
I was gonna go and find that.
I mean, come on, you don't play with your food.
Right.
Right. Okay. So let us start with the catacombs. We kind of got there in a very roundabout way, but we did get there. What's up, Sam?
Playing.
I'm seeing what color is
Necessary.
Cut. What?
What color is necessary?
Necessary for what?
The
Peanuts.
background color.
the background color for this situation.
Oh, right. Okay. Well, you probably want like a creepy green color.
Because of my light.
That too, yeah. Because you're off, so you're. Go on.
There is it looks green.
There
to
we
me.
go. That's
There we go.
just the right color.
It looks green to me, but it doesn't look green to you guys. It looks like blue.
No, it's
That's really
green to
strange.
me.
Okay.
I guess maybe like a turquoise if we're being
Yeah.
specific, but
It looks very green to me.
It looks very tealish.
Yeah,
that's
teal.
Weird.
that's
Okay.
Oh my gosh, Omar looks like he's got the Kraken coming up from behind him.
No, that's episode 6.
Yes! Yes!
Okay,
First
so
suit, we need him to take it out.
you are
I'm
in the
gonna write that down. If
catacombs.
there's not a Kraken in episode 6, I'm gonna be so fucking mad. I'm just kidding.
I know.
You are in the catacombs under the Temple of Offla. You've seen lots of little cubby holes in the walls as you've walked through the short corridor. Lots of little altars or shrines to the dead, and shrines of Offla himself. Little carvings of wood, or the more richer families have little clay hand-painted figurines of Offla to stand guard over their deceased relatives. Before you've got a set of double wide stairs leading down to the main floor of the catacombs. But everything is in relative darkness. The only light is coming from Brian's light spell. Sam, as a half-elf, you have dark vision, so you can actually see pretty well, even without the light spell. Dark vision, by the way, works in black and white. So you see shades of grey, not actual clearly defined outlines and colours. All you see is just varying shades of shadow. The light spell helps, but the light spell is limited in its range. I believe it's a 10-foot radius on a light spell. So you're going to be moving quite
I
slowly.
think so, yeah.
So you make your way down the stairs, and you come down into what looks like a double-wide corridor, leading slightly away to your left and slightly away to your right. Again, these are lined with alcoves and cubbies. Some of them are larger than others, where you can see bodies have been laid, wrapped in linens and muslin. Others have the remains of cremated people in jars or in boxes. And again, little shrines and little figurines of Offla seem to be everywhere.
So maybe the general rule here is always stick to the left.
I'm down.
Okay. Going to the left. Right. You
Choose a
walk.
wall and follow it.
Okay, so in D&D, everything is done in feet, because it's an American system. I have been trying to convert to metric where I can remember to do so. So I'm going to continue to do that. But in combat, movement is always measured in feet. So you'll have to kind of bear with me while I sometimes slip up on that one and forget. Okay, but the corridor that you're standing in is approximately 2.5 to 3 meters wide. You proceed down that corridor for about 10, maybe 12 meters, when it abruptly ends. To your left, you can see another small set of stairs leading down into the gloom.
Dun, dun, dun.
But nowhere near that dramatic. It's just a set of stairs. I mean, come on.
But it goes to
Gloom it
somewhere
is.
creepy. Yeah.
Descending the stairs?
Yes.
Okay, you step down the stairs into a small anteroom, maybe about 3 meters by 6 meters. There's some carvings in the wall of Offla. There's some other older carvings that look like they've been chipped or broken away, or defaced in some way. Lining one of the walls is a long bench with lots of hand tools laid out on it. They've been there a long time. They're looking pretty rusty. They're pretty old. In the other side of the room to where you're standing, you can see another corridor disappearing away from you.
What kind of tools do these look like to be?
Okay, get an investigation check.
That's not looking too promising. I got investigation. I got a 6.
Okay. They're hand tools, wooden handles. The blades and the hooks and the pointy things look like they're made out of an old golden-coloured metal, possibly brass. You can't tell much more than that. They just look like hand tools for a very specific type of trade. If anybody else wants to have a look, I can take another investigation with disadvantage.
I kind of have a feeling like I personally know what they are, but my character doesn't.
As a cleric, you probably should, but these don't look overly familiar. Maybe because they're too old, and technology's moved on a little.
Disadvantage is you roll twice and take the lowest, right?
That's right.
Yeah. I don't know why. I don't know why I'm going to try it. It's going to be terrible.
Omar, you should turn your chat off. Like, press the chat back off.
Sorry, the chat window.
The Zoom
Yeah.
chat.
I don't know anything. Don't bother.
I think you can open and close it. Yeah, pressing chat again.
Okay. You have a
I
rummage.
can if you.
You have a rummage around in the room. You find what looks like bits of bandages, some old broken glass bottles, and the rusty tools that have been. They have been very carefully laid out on the tables, not just scattered haphazardly. So this was an organised and very almost ritualistic type of space. It just hasn't been used in decades. Close examination of some of the tools show that they are made of a basic metal, and that kind of yellowish colour is actually maybe a type of corrosion is probably not the best way to describe it, but the metal is discoloured and aged over time.
Oxidized.
Possibly. Can I get a d20 from one of you, please?
I'll do it.
Go on, Sam.
Was it a redeem?
It is now.
Did it just go under the controller? It's a 19.
Okay. You
That's
pick
so
up.
exciting!
You pick up one of the tools that looks like a bladed hook, and scrape your finger on, but just avoid cutting your finger open. Sorry, your thumb open on the edge of this blade. It's still razor sharp.
So you said that I found a blade?
No, you pick what? This is one of the tools that's laid out on the table.
Okay. Well, can we take it with us?
You could do. It probably doesn't look like it's worth much. Very specific looking, kind of like a small sickle, with a little curved blade on the top. Probably be used for maybe snipping branches or little sprouts off of plants.
Might be useful. We might as well take it.
If you want to take it, you can take that and add it to your inventory. Just call it a small sickle. Am I using words that you don't know again?
Yes.
I know the look. I know the look now that she gives me when I'm speaking.
When I'm like, what the fuck did you just say?
I'm pulling out English words that don't belong in the English language anymore.
It's not a bicycle, it's a sickle.
Sickle. So it's a small curved bladed knife that's used for like pruning and gardening and.
I literally drew it.
Okay.
Now we already know. There's no forgetting.
Okay. So the only other way out that you can see in this room is the corridor ahead of you.
We'll continue on then. Unless there's anything else in the room that we could see.
Well, you can't see anything unless you search.
I'll search.
Okay, give me D20 investigation.
My investigation is a -3, so like I shouldn't be doing any of that.
How do I tell if it's a 9 or a 6? There's a dot in the bottom right corner. I'd assume that's in the 9, and then that's the 6 in the bottom right.
The dot tells you where the bottom of the number is. So if it's a dot with if it looks like a 9 with a dot at the bottom, then it's a 9.
Okay, it's definitely a 9.
If it's a 6 with a dot at the bottom, then it's a 6.
You said it's intelligence?
Intelligence, yeah.
Okay. So I got 12.
12. Okay.
Yeah, but you get +7, right? For investigations?
Don't have your character sheet open at the minute. Investigation. You're +6.
Ah. So 12 and 6 would be 18. Like you rolled a 12, right?
I rolled a 9, but then he
Oh.
said intelligence, so I added my 3.
Yeah, but
well,
if you look at the skills column next to it, investigation is filled in, so you get a +6 on investigation. That's one of the skills that you're proficient in. So you've got your +3, and then you add your proficiency bonus on top of it because it's a skill that you specialize in. That's why it's +6.
Okay, so it's 18 in total.
9 plus 6 is not 18.
Oh, you said you take away the 3. I thought you just said that you
You add
still
the
keep
3
it,
that you
sorry.
added for your intelligence.
Yeah.
And because investigation is a skill that you are skilled in, you also add your proficiency. So you're +6 in total.
Okay.
For investigation. So that's a 15. Okay, so you start kind of walking around the room, just feeling along the walls, feeling for any irregular surfaces that might hide any alcoves or little hidden panels. And as you do almost a complete circuit of the room, and as you're coming back around on yourself to the right-hand side of the room as you walked in, you find a stone that seems to be recessed a little further than it should be. Your roguish instincts means pull the lever, pull the lever. That little voice is always in your head saying pull the lever. So you decide to press the stone. As you press the stone, the whole panel of that wall moves with it, back a couple of feet into the tunnel, and then slides to the side, revealing a secret door.
Freaking right. I want to enter.
Okay. You see a very narrow tunnel, and in that tunnel you can see that there's. Again, this is a very, very old carved tunnel. Nobody's been down here in a very long time, based on the amount of cobwebs and dust that you're seeing on the stones of the floor. After about 5 meters or so, that tunnel bends around to the left, and you follow that round. Get another investigation check from you.
11, 18.
18. Okay. As you're walking down the tunnel, it's barely 1.5 meters wide, so you can easily run your hands along both sides as you're walking. You feel another stone that's slightly recessed more than the others.
Pull the lever.
You do the same as before. You press gently on the stone, and again the whole panel of the wall seems to move back half a meter or so, and then slides away to one side, revealing a very small little alcove, maybe only 1 meter square, but laid in the alcove is a wooden and iron chest.
And the voice screaming, pick, pick, pick.
I was like, can I try to open it?
What do you want to do?
Oh, sorry. Do I cut out?
I just heard pick, 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 and that was it.
Oh yeah. I wanna try to open it.
Okay. Right. You gotta turn the chest around. You can't see very much with your dark vision, but you can just about make out the basic shape of the chest. And running your hands over it, you can feel the banded, the iron bands that are holding this chest and reinforcing it together. Your hands pass over what feels like a lock for a keyhole inside the wood of the chest.
You gotta try to pick it.
Okay, you've got lockpicking tools, so you can certainly try. Get a D20 plus investigation.
22.
22?
In total, yeah.
Just by just by touch alone, you insert a couple of lockpicks in. You can feel that the tumblers within this lock are very, very crude. They're very old. Nobody's opened this thing in a long time. And it takes a little bit of force to turn the cylinder. You're worried that you might actually break your lockpicks doing it, but just as you feel like you're putting too much pressure, you hear the lock snap back into place, and it's open. Inside the little chest, can you roll? Roll a percentage dice for me? The 2d10s.
I got 80 and I got 8.
So 88.
Just like a piano.
Just like piano.
Okay, can you roll a d4 twice for me, please? That's the little triangular pyramid one.
How do you even roll something like this? Like, what the ball?
Just shake it in your hand and toss it up in the air.
But then what?
Then tell me the number that's on it.
Which
It's usually
number?
the one
Oh,
that-
it's just
It's
3.
usually
Okay,
the one
it's
on the
just
bottom.
It's no on
At the
those dice. It's
bottom.
the ones pointing upwards.
Yeah,
'cause
it's
you've
there's
got the
just
numbers on the
3 on
cross.
that one.
So that's the 3. Okay, roll again.
3 again.
Okay, so I'm trying to do math. Okay, inside the box you find what appears to be some artistic-looking trinkets. Some small, beautifully carved little statues. There's a scroll that looks like it's been drawn on, but you can't see in this very low light. Marked down on your character sheet, small art objects, 150 gold pieces.
You got some minis that you can paint now.
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay.
that's all you can find in this little cubby hole. Have the others are you following her through? Or are you staying put in the main room?
I'm staying put in the main room.
Okay. Sam, what do you want to do?
Was there? I want to search the previous room that I was in. I didn't. Oh yeah, I did do that, right?
That's how you found the
That's how I found that,
hidden
so I could
passage,
just
yeah.
go back.
Okay, so from where you are, you came from as you're facing back into the hallway. You came from the right hand side. You can continue to the left if you want.
Yeah.
Down the corridor. Okay. Okay. After about 4 or 5 meters, it seems to abruptly end in a dead end.
Completely, and that's it. There's nothing around.
You can search. You
I
do
can.
an investigation.
I'll search around the dead end.
Okay, give me another D20 investigation.
Only 8.
8 total.
Yes.
Okay. As you're feeling around, you're kind of running your hands over the walls on this dead end. You think there must be some form of secret door in front of you. It wouldn't just end like that. You hear a click, and your instincts say to freeze.
Shit.
This one,
Can I freeze and call for help and be friends?
guys.
Guys, I think something's about to happen. I fucked up again.
Is it another dragon?
Be a really tiny one. This is a very narrow corridor.
Right.
In fact, Mr. Pump would be hard pressed to get himself into this corridor. You'd have to be
Yeah, I was wondering
stooping
about that.
right down and kind of shuffling along sideways.
I'm very scared of what's about to like pop out at me right now, and it could be spiky stuff. Oh shit!
Okay, are any of you going to her aid?
Because I'm
I'll head
frozen.
down
I'm
that way.
freezing.
Try and figure out where she is.
Okay, Brian,
You have a light. We'll better see what's happening.
You head through the secret door, the green light illuminating the way, and you see the rogue standing with one hand pressed against the end of the wall, and she's just absolutely frozen in fear.
I would also follow, by the way.
Okay.
But I'm gonna go last because it's probably gonna take me a little bit.
You, Sam, from behind you, and you dare not even turn around, you can hear the grinding and squeaking and scraping of stone against stone. As you guess, Mr. Pump is trying to squeeze his way down the corridor. He's not quite bent double, but he's stooping down and having to twist sideways and do a little crab walk down the column. You get the feeling that this is what life in a trash compactor must feel like, as he slowly and inevitably moves towards you in a scraping and grinding sound.
Oh, you big old lug. Okay. So can I better see things now that Brian's here with his light?
You can see that there is a depression in the wall, which is what you pressed. It seems to be around about the same place and style of depression as the two secret doors that you pushed, but this one went click, and the panel in front of you didn't move with it.
Well, I mean, click could mean boom. So I mean, hey, I have a great idea. Why don't we get our awesome fireproof golem to just switch the button holding?
Click could also mean pointy, spiky, ouchie.
I know, I'm scared. How do I get the frig away?
Guys, what do I do?
I mean, in the case of pointy, spiky, I'm probably also fine.
Because of Ron.
Unfortunately, this corridor is nowhere near big enough to allow you to trade places. Because you're kind of scooched over just walking down it. The rogue would have to continue to keep pressure on this trigger while you kind of step over her, and there just isn't enough room.
Yeah.
What's the prestidigitation do for me? I can make anything, right?
What do you want it to do?
I want to make something to hold the button down while I move the fuck out of the way.
Prestidigitation won't do that. It's more like minor that creates small little illusions.
Like the symbols and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, motherfucker.
You do have other items amongst your person.
I want to use my pole. I gotta use my pole.
Okay.
It'll stay there. It'll stay.
Right.
Your rod.
Yeah.
My rod.
Pull out your removable rod.
Yeah.
You place
Sam's pulling out a rod.
You place it hard up against the
Bigger
stone.
than all yours.
You place the rod hard up against the stone, and then you let go of the rod holding hand, and then slowly begin to release pressure from the button. The rod stays absolutely where you put it, doesn't move a millimeter.
Let's just
I
leave.
should probably get moving back out the corridor because
there's more grinding and scraping sounds as Mr. Pump squeezes his way, frankly, like sausage meat through a skin, down this narrow stone corridor.
I kind of wish that I knew what that did.
Are you leaving the rod behind?
It's gonna bother me.
I mean,
can I take it away now? Like, can I reach and grab it out, or will that kill me too? Yeah, I want to try. I gotta know what happens.
Okay, give me
I gotta know what goes on.
Give me a dexterity saving throw, please.
You hurt your what?
D20 plus 6.
Thank you. Oh, it's an 8 again.
Total. Okay, as you start to move the rod back, you're reaching out and just with your fingertips trying to grab the rod, and the moment you pull it away from the stone, and the pressure is released, there is another click and a boing sound, and a tiny little dart shoots out and hits you in the wrist for 4 points of poison damage.
Oh,
Ooh.
shh.
Ooh.
No! Oh, no.
Brian, can I get a wisdom check from you, please?
Might be a good time to check the bag.
For antidote.
Yeah.
Good
Well-
choice.
I'm pretty sure that I have an epiphany here.
Okay.
Well, that's unfortunate. Brian,
That's-
your clerical teachings, because you've had some experience with searching catacombs before, or at least you've read a lot about them, and most of your instincts point you to, if there's a trap down here, then that trap is obviously protecting something. Now, you've triggered the trap, and the trap has fired. Whether the trap reloads itself, or if there's another trigger point, you don't know. But you think there may well be something here in this little dead end that you haven't come across yet. I had to include a little teeny tiny dungeon crawl in this game.
Mhm.
I mean, we're 3 episodes in, and we've already seen Dungeons and Dragons.
Yes.
This is great.
It's kind of in
That's
the title,
very
really,
true.
isn't it? The title was a huge hint.
Yeah.
Love it.
Okay, Brian, do you want to investigate further, or do you want to call the party back, or do you want to do something else?
Well, I would kind of call them back because I'd just be sitting there. It's like, well, we got a trap here. So it's trapped. There's got to be something here. And that's
Yes.
basically what I'm saying to those two.
There could also be more traps that we will probably have to watch for.
I mean, if you let me go first.
Yeah.
It's just
Sure.
the whole investigation thing is an issue, unless I would be allowed
Yeah.
to maybe roll with advantage or something, since
Well-
you guys could like.
So, Mr. Pump being of a golem and of low intelligence, he's not going to be able to find anything. But if he's given specific instructions as to what to do, he would be able to trigger the trap or whatever you want him to do. But he's not going to be able to search for it. You have to know what you need to happen or what you want to happen and instruct him to do that.
Well, if we want to get him to trip the traps,
I was just
It
gonna
would be
say, like, it's still
basically-
be
apply like a little pressure
Okay.
all along the wall. So like move your hand with slight pressure.
So, Brian, you and Sam kind of shuffle back towards the other secret door where the chest was, and you kind of squeeze yourself into that space so that Mr. Pump can scooch down the hallway past you. Mr. Pump, you're standing in front of the stone wall.
Yeah.
Eric, can I get a strength strength roll?
Don't roll a 20.
It's an 11 plus 7, so we've got 18 in total.
Okay. You place your brown reddish clay hand against the spot where the rogue was holding. You remember that spot, and you
Yeah.
press. As you press, you hear another click, another boing, and then the wall crumbles away underneath the weight of you.
It works.
Revealing a small chamber, maybe 3 meters by 3 meters, perfectly square in all dimensions.
Okay.
And in each corner, you see a statue on a small plinth.
Right. Well, this is obviously not a job for me. So
So this room, as it's 3 meters cubed, you can stand up in this room quite comfortably.
yeah, and the others could also come into the room.
Okay. So the two of you follow Mr. Pump through the now rubble of what would have been a door of some sort into this room. The room is illuminated by Brian's light spell, by the cleric's light spell. And even in the greenish light of the spell, you can see that this room is gilded. Floor, ceiling, walls, everything is covered with the thinnest layer of gold. It's peeling away in some places, but it's mostly intact. The air has a very dry and old, dusty smell to it, but no one's been in here. There's no cobwebs or anything either. It just seems perfectly clean. And in the corner of each room, there are 4 statues. One of them is the statue of Offla. You recognize that one straight away.
Yep.
One of them is the statue of the bull-headed god. One is the statue of blind Io, a man with rags tied around his eyes. And the fourth one is a statue of a female woman, almost like dressed like a nymph. Mostly naked with carved silks draped over her body. And in her hands, she's the only one that seems to be holding anything. And it looks like a small bowl being offered up towards the ceiling.
Obviously we want to investigate, but are we worried about traps again in here?
Well, I would suggest that you investigate, figure out what you want to try, and then leave the room and let me try it.
I'm just more thinking the statues and seeing if they move in any way or what they
Yeah.
do. So yeah, I would investigate them and see if they turn, see if there's anything to press on them, if
Okay.
there's anything on them.
Roll away.
Me?
Yeah, you're investigating.
Okay.
D20 plus your intelligence.
$18. Why do I keep getting that? I got a 12, like a lot.
I wouldn't complain.
I'm not. It's just really strange that the purple one is not giving me any low numbers. Knock on wood.
It's
Knocks
not
on
weighted,
wood.
is it?
Can you imagine?
Rigged.
Well,
Where's Eddie?
I mean, it came in the
Rigged.
same set as the green one,
Rigged.
and the green one must have been weighted towards the bottom half, because
Honestly, when you buy cheap dice, there is the possibility that there are bubbles within the resin when they cast them. And that means that sometimes you will get dice that are not perfectly weighted. Now, the only way to check that is if you get a small cup of water, pour in loads and loads of salt until no more salt will dissolve in the water, and then float your dice on the surface. And if it's poorly weighted, it will spin round and settle on one number. So it's almost like a boat righting itself. So it'll flip over because the heavier part of the dice will always want to sink. And that's the only way you can test if your dice are inadvertently loaded. So when they injection molded the plastic, maybe there was a void or something
we're all
inside
like,
of
what?
the dice.
Mine are clear, so I could just look at them.
To be honest, the density of plastic can still vary, but not enough that it would change the roll on the dice. But with a D20, because it's such a round, spherical shape anyway, just the tiniest, even scrapes and chips in the corner of the dice is enough to skew a roll. So they're never as perfectly random as you would think they are. But this is
See
only
what
because I've
Dab
done a
said?
lot of research into casinos.
Sam, can I borrow your dice for my game?
I would, but Omar said it's bad luck.
Okay, so with your 18,
choose your
you
color.
investigate the 4 statues. The 4 statues are again gilded in gold, but it's a very, very thin, a microscopically thin layer. And just scraping with a fingernail is enough to... You can see that the gold is starting to pull away. So there's not really much of worth in the statues themselves. You can see no marks on the plinth. So no evidence that statues have been rotated or turned into a certain position. You'd expect scrapes on the floor or scrapes on the plinth. They just appear to be 4 statues. Now, as you come into the room, on the right-hand wall, you can see that there is a doorway leading out of the room. But the statues just appear to be 4 statues.
And that was like, can I investigate the rest of the room?
Yeah, there is nothing.
Or that kind of was.
There's absolutely nothing else in the room except those 4 plinths and those 4 statues.
So there's no markings on the walls or anything like that?
No, they're perfectly smooth, covered with gold leaf, which is flaking away in places. All that's in those in that room are those 4 statues.
What's underneath the gold?
You start scraping away at the wall with your fingernail, which doesn't yield much. So you pull out your dagger and start to scrape with your dagger. After a few seconds, you start to see plain old stone, carved stone like you've seen everywhere else. This particular room, however, was deemed to be slightly more important than others for whatever reason, and it was trapped for whatever reason.
Yeah.
That's the DM's messing with me.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, there's no other markings. The statues don't look like they move.
Not that you've been able to find with an 18.
You said that, okay.
Is what I'm really saying.
You said there's 4 other what in there?
So there's the 4 statues and the 4 plinths that they're sitting on.
What's that?
They're like a
Oh,
stone
that they're
column.
sitting on.
Platform. Yeah.
Do we check those? Is that included?
You had a look at them. You didn't see any scrape marks or any evidence that they've been turned or rotated or that you slide them. You'd see scrapes on the floor if they were being slid across the floor because the gold leaf is coming off very easily. So you're just standing in a completely gold room. You're standing in a gold cube, and there are 4 golden statues surrounding you.
And you
The
said
question
that,
is, oh, go ahead.
you said that one of them was off, or one of them was the lady holding a bowl up.
Yep.
Towards the. What were the other 2?
Blind Io and Om.
Okay. I'm intrigued by the bowl, as if we should put something in it.
I can put one of the like the art pieces in there, like the ones that I found in the chest.
Okay, you're just gonna pull one out at random. Okay, you pull out a small carved, it looks like ivory. Small carved figurine of a woman reclining in a relaxed pose. Looks like it's carved out of ivory or some other precious bone. You can feel that this, even though it's incredibly smooth, it has a porous look to the material. You place that in the bowl of the woman. The bowl is just covered in gold leaf as well, just as all the other statues are. You place that in the bowl.
Does anything happen?
Uni's back.
Right? I was like, yeah. Dude. Hello?
Squat's loving him.
I pet you once and you're just like, yep, I'm gonna sit on your lap. Okay, Omar's silence means that shit all happened. So
Omar's silence is because Omar was rolling dice.
Oh boy.
Omar was
That's
rolling
not great.
dice.
That
Okay,
is
carry on.
not good. I don't like this.
The only
Yeah.
other thing in the room is the doorway that was to the left. Sorry, in the right-hand wall as you walked in. That's the only other thing in the room. And it's a very small, very narrow doorway.
And no one has gone through that, right?
Doesn't look like it. There's no markings or scrapes on the floor. It's tight enough that if somebody was moving through there on a regular basis, they would leave some kind of scrape or smudge mark somewhere.
Yeah. Can I even fit?
You
I
can't
was
fit
gonna
through
say-
that little doorway now.
Okay, cool.
The only reason why
wanna go, Brian, or
you
do you want
fitted
me
through
to?
this one is because you knocked down most of it as you went through it.
Well, the door itself, does it look to be like any latch or any way to open the door at all?
Oh, it's a doorway. There's no door. It's just a doorway.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's what I was
doorway.
gonna say. If
It's like
you
a
want to
little
go or if
archway.
I want to go.
Okay.
But our
Yeah, I
little
can
Golem here is
head
not
in.
gonna fit.
You crawl in and have a look around. You're opened back into a large double wide corridor filled with those little alcoves. Sam, you're just at the edges of your dark vision. You strain to see all the way down the right hand side. You can see the stairs that you descended when you walked in. To the left of you, you can see that there is about 10 or 12 meters down. Again, the wall abruptly ends. And just opposite you, in the opposite wall, maybe 5 meters to your left, you can see another set of, another tiny little arched doorway. With no door, just an archway, leading into the darkness.
We might need Brian's light.
For safety.
So I don't know if I can actually do this, but if I hold that up, you can probably just about see that I've got a map there with a layer of acetate over the top, and I'm using dry white pens.
Mhm.
So this I'm
So
not
you're-
making up as I go. This actually has
you're-
been mapped out.
Pinpointing where we are. Okay, Brian, are you staying out there? Or are you coming with me?
Oh, I'll come with you.
Okay.
Just gonna say though that I'm getting frustrated with these statues, and I'm probably gonna start breaking them.
Cool. Hey, maybe that's what we need.
Yeah,
Maybe that will do something. Okay.
You're considering
well, does,
breaking an effigy of a god. Of 4 gods.
Bad idea.
could be a great idea.
I mean, I would
But the
probably.
thing is, I was thinking is like, can you move them? Like pick them up and put them on the other columns.
Yeah, that's what I was like. I want to try to move them, but like I don't really know my own strength very well, so I might end up breaking them.
Do you want to try?
But I don't think we could lift them though. So
Yeah, I'm gonna try.
Okay. Which statue do you want to try lifting?
Sexy lady. I like to flow.
Yeah, I'll go with the female statue.
Okay.
that's not what I said.
Are you lifting the statue or are you lifting the plinth?
I'll just try from the statue.
Okay. You gently grasp around the statue and pull upwards. The statue comes away from the plinth very easily.
Huh.
It's standing on a little round base, which then widens out into the actual column that it was standing upon. But the statue of the woman holding the bowl and the small round base that she's standing on lift away very, very easily.
We gotta open Nathan Drake's journal and see where this has to go.
I'm gonna try lifting the other 3.
They all move very easily. They don't weigh much at all.
I'm just gonna put them back randomly. See
Okay.
if anything.
You swap the statues around at random. Nothing happens.
This is not a job for me.
But
I
but it
can't.
might be.
Like, I can't do any investigation. I mean, I can, but it's gonna be pointless. I don't really have any knowledge of. I don't know if knowledge of the gods would help me in any way.
You know what? Brian's knowledge in the gods might help us in this situation. You're right.
Yeah.
Oh, using my religion check.
Yeah, but we're in a totally different spot right now, so
I might call to you.
Do you guys remember when
pamphlet.
It's probably when you guys were kids. I mean, Brian and I will definitely remember this. Those magic eye images that you had to go cross-eyed to see 3D.
Right.
Well,
Yeah,
because
yeah,
it's
I know.
like 2 a.m, I'm getting a little tired. I went slightly cross-eyed there for a second, and I've got Eric
I could
here.
tell.
I've got
I could
Eric
tell,
here,
and I
I've
thought
got
that I
Sam
was just
here,
losing it.
and they just kind of overlaid over each other. And for a moment, I had Sam wearing glasses and a big beard.
Cool. Cool.
Just for a moment. It was quite distracting. Sorry, I just had to get that out there.
Oh my.
Okay, so you've
You
moved
gotta
the
trim
statues
that,
around.
Sam.
Nothing's happened. Brian, you and Sam have crawled through the tiny little archway, and you're back in the main corridor, with the alcoves carved in it. You're looking down towards the end of the corridor. It seems to stop very abruptly. And to the right of you, a few meters ahead, is another tiny little alcove and what looks like some stairs behind it. Meanwhile, the golem is still inside the golden room.
Shifting statues around.
Yeah. I really want to call you back and ask for a pamphlet and see if I can find any information in the pamphlet. And then just get mad that there's no information about statues.
Like throw it on the ground.
You
Right.
definitely get mad that you can't read.
Yeah, that too.
Pictograms, yes. Simple signs or simple drawings, yes, but written word, no.
Just reminding myself that I lived in a library most of my life and never knew anything about it.
And your intelligence is what, 4?
Yeah. It's a 5. Thank you
5.
very much.
So, intelligence-wise, you're about on par with something like a reasonably intelligent animal. Something like a dog. A wolf would be between 6 and 7. And even your lowest intelligent human would be about a 9. That's about the average intelligence. So, like a farmer working in a field his whole life and has never picked up a book would still be about a 9.
Right, so I'm quite dim.
You weren't designed to be smart.
No.
What you were designed to be is robust.
Right. So I would probably try to call down the corridor for Brian, because I know that he knows religion. I've at least picked up on that.
Okay.
And see if he will come back.
Okay, Brian?
So
We can all go
am
back for a
I-
sec.
Am I hearing this call?
Yeah, you can just about make out what's being said, but the golem's definitely groaning your name for you to come back.
Okay, I start heading back.
Okay, you're back down on your hands and knees, crawling through the little archway, and
I'm following because I don't like the dark and being by myself.
you can see in the dark.
Yeah, but it's still scary.
It's what you see that scares you, isn't it? It's what you might see.
Yeah.
Brian, so you get down on your hands
Sure,
and
go
knees
ahead.
and crawl back through the little archway into the golden room, and you see that the golem's moved all the statues around.
What have you
And I'm
done?
when you get back in, I'm just gonna say, help.
Just has a statue in his hand.
Yeah, like all 4 of them.
Help.
So now the thing is, like, how heavy are these statues?
That's what I was wondering.
For the golem, no weight at all. Do you want to try lifting one?
Yeah, I can try lifting one.
They weigh about 10 kilos each. They seem to be carved stone, but a very light, porous stone, not something heavy like granite.
Right.
So there could be sandstone or some kind of limestone, a very lightweight, porous stone that takes to tools very well.
Mm-hmm.
You can tell that they're very, very old, and they're incredibly good condition for how old they are. The three gods that you do recognize, of course, Ofla, Io, and but the woman you don't recognize. You've never seen her representation before.
Now, the columns, are they in like the cardinal directions?
They are just stone pillars to which the statues were sitting on. They're effectively just tables. Just a solid tube of stone with inlays carved in the side to give them that fluted column look. But they are just solid stone. They are considerably heavier than the statues, though. You try and
well, like
push
what
one.
I'm saying is, like, are they northwest, south, and east? Like,
They're just in the four corners of the room, about a foot from the wall.
It's killing me.
there's no marking on like the top or down the sides.
Not that you can see. No markings on the surface, apart from the gold leaf that decorates them.
Can we try to push the actual column itself and see if there's anything underneath it or any symbols on the very bottom?
You try and push the column, it doesn't move. You try and tip the column over to see if you can get it to rock, it doesn't move. Perfectly fixed to the floor.
Oh.
Sam, you kind of get down on your hands and knees and inspect the gap around the base of the column and the floor, and you can't see a gap. It's almost as if the floor and the column are one solid piece, or it was carved so perfectly that there is no gap at all, and that the gold leaf that covers the floor and the column is almost mated together over the centuries.
Okay, I have an idea here. So I'll take one statue. Like, are these light enough that I could hold them in a hand?
You can carry one, but you need both arms to do it. They're about 10 or so kilos.
We're in Canada. We use pounds.
22 pounds.
Oh, so 2 hands. Excellent.
Yeah. You guys use pounds in Canada?
Yes.
Okay.
Kilometers and pounds. That's
Kilometers and
make
pounds.
up
Yeah,
your-
but
make
that's
up
like
your
us in
mind.
Britain. We use miles per hour and kilograms.
Yeah, you guys also use stone though too. That's weird.
Yeah, that's a Roman thing. We have more
'Cause-
history than any of you.
What I'm
well,
wondering
you stole
here
it from
is,
most of us.
is there different weights to the statues?
Oh.
They are different weights because they're different physical sizes. But not without measuring equipment are you going to be able to do anything more scientific.
Oh, I don't know.
Obviously,
that we're just-
is bigger as a crocodile man. He's a bit bigger built than the woman, so he's going to weigh slightly more. And Ofla, being the crocodile man, is going to weigh slightly more than the woman, and being the bull-headed god, basically looks like a minotaur, and he's likely to be the heaviest of the four of them. But aside from that, no, you can't really tell any difference other than they're slightly bigger, so they're slightly heavier.
Because what I'm thinking of is choosing one of the pillars and then try each one of the statues on it to see if anything happens.
Okay.
more than likely you'd want to try to do like all the combinations, right? Or
You
just one at a time, you mean?
you mess around with moving the statues to different pillars and trying different combinations. You're down there for about a good hour, working out all the possible combinations you could have, twisting them round to face different directions. Nothing happens. You're just tired and getting a bit hungry now.
All right. It's time to go Hulk smash, Mr. Pump. That's the only idea I have left before we leave this room.
I wanted to turn them over and look at the bottom, see if there's anything on the bottom of the statues.
Of the statues.
Yeah.
Probably a good choice before you karate chop them.
Nothing at all apart from the gold gilting.
Okay, I'm going to throw it on the ground.
Okay, you pick up and toss one of the statues to the ground. It hits the floor and shatters.
It hits the floor and smashes, you said?
Completely shatters.
Okay.
Probably
not great.
What you thought was stone is more like plaster of Paris.
Mm-hmm.
And it breaks into multiple small pieces with lots of dust. White fine dust.
Did anything happen?
Apart from the dust on the floor, no.
There was nothing in it?
Nothing inside them. When that one was completely solid.
I'm going to throw the others on the ground as well.
Okay. Over the next few minutes, you make a very big mess.
Yuna, don't even think about it. Yun. Nope.
Okay, now I'm just
Mommy!
I'm just grumpy. I'm just grumpy and I'm just gonna leave the way I came in. I'm not even gonna say anything.
Okay, you squeeze your way back through the secret door and back down the corridor as it bends around to the right and takes you back into the room with the long table and the old tools.
And after a little bit of like huffing and puffing, I'm just gonna say,
No!
Gods are stupid.
Rather
Okay,
blasphemous,
Brian,
given
you
that
and I
you've
have to
got a
go.
cleric standing right behind you, but okay.
We gotta go back down that corridor thing.
So you're retracing your steps, or are you going out of the other exit to the room with the tables and the tools?
Well, Brian and I came back from that other area we were exploring, right?
That was the other end of the main corridor, the way that you didn't go.
Right.
So when you came down the stairs, you turned left and explored a short, double-wide corridor. When you crawled through when you crawled out of the gold room, you were basically in the other side of that double-wide corridor that you didn't look in yet.
Mm-hmm.
So you can retrace your steps back to the stairs and then explore the rest of that corridor.
Sounds good.
Yep.
Yeah.
I honestly can't read what I've written here.
Good sign.
It's been a long time since I wrote that, and it's in pencil. And my eyes have actually gotten considerably worse since I drew this map. Okay, so you walk down to you head back to the stairs, and this time you follow the corridor around to the left. And after about 30 or so meters, you see the tiny little alcove that you crawled out of. That's on your left-hand side. A few meters in front of you to the right, you can see another tiny little alcove with the stairs. And at the end of another 5 or so meters ahead of you, you can see that the corridor just abruptly stops in a solid wall.
Don't touch any bricks, guys. That's a hard no. Run away. we should invent. Okay, does the golem fit or no?
In this double wide corridor, no problem at all.
Maybe he should feel around the walls.
Because I don't want to get shot in the wrist again.
I mean, yeah, I can just start pushing rocks.
Okay. Where? At the abrupt ended corridor? Is that what you're going for?
Si,
Yeah.
señor.
Yeah, the wall in front of you. Okay.
Yeah.
So you move up to the wall in front of you. It just seems to be very similar in style and quality of workmanship as everything else you've seen. And you start methodically working your way through all the stones, pressing them to see what happens. You get about a third of the way down the wall, and you press one of the stones that gives slightly, and you hear a click.
Okay.
So you've
What
pressed
happens
it, and it's gone
Right.
click.
What happens if I let go? Wait, are the others near me right now?
They're probably about a meter or so behind you, watching intently.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe
They heard the
Yeah.
click.
back
up.
up just a little. Brian, are you gonna join me in backing the fuck up?
Yeah, I can back up.
Okay. You hear the click. The rogue and the cleric step back a few paces, just out just out of instinct. The golem, however, has pushed the wall in. He knows something's happened, but he doesn't know what to do now. So you begin to release your
Right.
hand.
Yes.
And as you release your hand, you hear a small, sudden rush of air. And half a dozen little darts shoot downwards from the ceiling above you, bouncing off of your clay skin.
Right. Do I even feel them?
No.
No. Perfect.
You just hear the tinkle of metal and wood as it hits the stone floor beneath you. They've left little greeny, purpley splotches on you where they impacted and bounced off.
Right. I'm probably instinct is probably going to be to press it again.
Okay, you press again. You press a little harder this time, and the stone gives way and falls through. It looks like the wall was bricked up, and there's a chamber that continues behind it.
Hulk smash!
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm gonna see if I can push any other bricks like through.
We can help, but I mean,
You just see the rogue do.
I'm a weakling. Yeah.
Okay.
basically.
You kind of grab one of the rocks in your huge clay hands and pull, and you literally pull the wall to pieces around you. And behind that bricked up space, you find what looks like a small, for want of a better term, treasure room. There's a couple of chests laying on the floor. There's some piles of what looks like metal urns and jugs and vases in the corner, and you see a small chest that's open, spilling out with some gold coins. Who's doing the searching?
I feel like this might buy us a boat or a
I was
charter.
just gonna say that
Yeah.
could be beneficial for that. I will, I guess.
Okay, Sam, can I get a D20 from you, please?
I
Yes.
just realized we never tried.
I'll be right back.
Sure.
We never tried checking the bag for money.
No, we didn't. I guess we could have done that.
Yeah.
It's a 12.
12. Okay,
Which
can I
is
get the
exactly the same number
percentage
that I've been
dice,
doing.
please?
What? Sorry?
The percentage, the 2 D10s.
0. And where's the other one? There it is. And 6.
Was it a double 0 and a 6?
Double 0 and a 6.
Okay. Get 2d4, please.
1 and 3.
Okay. You find in the small chests there are more of these little art trinkets that you found before. Beautifully carved little figurines, probably of lesser or older gods. You don't recognize any of them. They're worth about 1,000 gold pieces total.
Not bad.
Also, in the chest of coins, you find 59 gold pieces and 5 silver.
5 silver and how many gold pieces?
59.
Out of curiosity, as a golem, am I even interested in the treasure at all?
No, it's
No,
just
didn't think so.
this strange obsession that the living creatures have over shiny metal.
Yeah,
You just see it as raw metal of the earth,
right.
just as stone is of the earth.
My main goal in this whole game should just mainly be to make the golem love.
Teach him the power of love.
Right?
Okay. So, next episode we'll be creating a Tinder account.
Mm-mm.
Swipe left.
I'm just saying, as I'm made of stone, wouldn't grinder be more fitting?
I'm not going to argue with that one. I'm not going to argue with that one at all. Okay, that's all you can find here. The vases and the jugs look like they may be worth something, but they're going to take up a lot of space. So you focus more on the small trinkets and the gold coins themselves.
So a lot of space, really? Hey? So space?
Yeah, can't we put them in the bag?
You can do.
I mean,
Yeah, we can put them in the bag.
my instinct as a golem would be like, oh, these are too big. I would just smash them. There.
Smaller now.
Fixed.
Yep.
Technically, yes. If you've got a gold vase that if you squash it down is just a smaller lump of gold, it's still gold.
Right,
It's
yeah.
just metal from the earth. You don't care what shape it is, it's just metal from the earth. It has no value to you.
True.
Okay, Sam, are you using your backpack of holding?
Yep.
Okay. I would suggest you keep a track of any items that you place in the backpack. Do you know how to use a backpack of holding?
You have to know what's in it, right?
You
And
have
if
to,
not, you can guess, but it isn't necessarily going to be in there.
yeah, you have
Yeah.
to. If
Yeah,
you're
fair.
retrieving something, you have to have a clear mental image of what you're retrieving when you reach into the bag. If that mental image isn't clear enough, you could get nothing. You could get something at random. Brian, the same applies to your little pouch, but the capacity is significantly less.
So what all was I putting in there?
So you've got 59 gold pieces,
And the
5 silver,
Yep.
1,000 gold pieces of trinkets, art objects, and you had the art objects that you found in the previous space as well.
I forgot to pick up my other one, but I assume I would have grabbed that before. I mean, after it was all smashed, because that's the only thing that would have come out of it, other than dust and dirt.
Oh yeah, so you did lose one of those figures, so knock off 250 from that first batch.
Did we?
So that'd be 1250 for that first batch, rather than 1500. Okay, as you back out of this space and the rubble, the only other thing you can see now that you haven't explored yet is that tiny little crawl space archway leading up to some stairs.
Let's do it.
Sounds like you might be on your own with that one.
Mm-hmm.
I'll just be waiting behind.
I mean, you can smash your way through, I'm sure.
I think we've
Yeah.
proved that that's possible.
Yeah.
We'll go
in
adventure
that case, should I go first?
Yeah, buddy. Let's do that. Let's see what you could do.
Okay, the golem kind of slowly and lumbers down onto his hands and knees and starts crawling towards the archway. It's kind of like watching one of those tunnel boring machines go to work. The rock just seems to give up any will it may have had and just crumbles. And you get this kind of like triangular shape being cut into this wall as his shoulders just scoop out the rock and the earth around it. Several of the largest stones in the top of the arch collapse and the arch kind of falls in behind you. But yeah, the space has been opened up and you're able to get through. You're still very hunched over. This is another one of those really narrow corridors. So you can move in it, but you're kind of hunched down and moving almost sideways. To the left, you can see another a larger archway, a full-sized archway, and what looks like a small room, possibly with more alcoves. To the right, you can see a very narrow space. Sorry. You can see a very narrow space and then stairs leading downwards. The rest of you following him through?
Yep.
Can I get perception checks from the cleric and the rogue, please?
You don't want one from me.
Go ahead. If you've got your ears pricked up.
Probably not.
10.
Well, I rolled a 16.
I rolled a natural 20.
Okay.
Oh, that's excellent.
The
I rolled
golem,
a good old 7.
the golem senses something as he gets to the top of this first set of stairs.
Danger.
Danger, Will Robinson, danger.
In the simple language of the golem, it would translate, the feeling that you get would translate to stone in stone, or stone remembers stone.
Okay.
So just like other species may have something called a blood memory,
Right.
Mama?
you have
You know what else going on?
you have the instinct of stone memory, or
Okay.
earth memory, I
Yeah,
should say,
yeah.
because you're created from clay, not from rock. In that you sense ripples of movement, and you freeze, looking down to the room to your left that has the little alcoves in it. The other two notice that you've frozen stock still, looking down towards that room.
Hmm.
You sense something, but that's all. That's as much as I can tell you.
That's fair. Yeah. So, I don't know how to interpret that though. Stone remembers. Yeah.
The rest of you can react.
Yeah, like I'll go check out where he's looking at.
Okay. The two of you ascend the stairs and kind of hug the wall as you go around the corner. And as you get to the top of the stairs and you look around the corner, you can hear sounds like whispering, but it's very raspy and very hissy sounding whispering.
Oh, Voldemort is near.
Sure, it's not a bounty skull.
Yes, it's
He's-
a bounty skull.
He's
Oh, I'm
moved his
scared.
microphone closer. I feel like there's dialogue coming.
That's what I was gonna say. I was gonna be like, he is about to yell at us in the freakiest voice. I know it.
Okay, I'm turning my headset down a bit.
Yeah, right.
I'm scared. Do you have your light on still?
Yeah.
Can we see anything at all?
Well, Sam, you can see in the dark, remember?
Yeah, I still feel so much more comfortable.
But you kind of you're gonna have to lean out into the doorway to see in clearly.
Oh, what if a scary, slippery snake just like bites me in the face? Okay, fine. I'll look around.
If it bites you
Fine.
in the face, it'd probably be an improvement.
Funny, asshole.
Okay, you press yourself up against the wall and kind of as quietly as you can, just shuffle along the wall to keep yourself out of visible sight, and then quickly glance in and back again just to see what's in there. You see two fully formed skeletons standing in the center of the room. They seem to be in conversation.
Can I understand them?
If you want to use comprehend languages, you probably could, yeah.
Okay, yeah, let's do that.
Okay. Mark that off as a spell used.
Okay.
So you kind of lean your head around again, and you can now make out almost clearly what's being said. And you're somewhat confused by this.
It's like we've been down here for so long that everything we have is just out of fashion. I mean, honestly, all this iron, it just makes me look fat. No, you can't say that. We're down here, we're guarding, it's standard equipment. It's not standard equipment, it makes me look fat. And no, I'm not big boned.
Why did it just hit me that we should have collected some of the gold that we scraped off the wall? Just now. I don't know why.
If you had scraped the entire walls clean, you would have had maybe 3 or 4 gold coins worth. Gold leaf is like a fraction of a hair's thickness.
Okay. So I was okay.
Oh goodness. I kind of want to go talk to these skeletons. Spooky, scary skeleton. Needing help with clothes.
Okay,
Don't make them look fat.
Are you stepping around the corner?
Yep, I am.
I'm gonna. Can I follow where they went?
Yeah,
Like, can
yeah,
I-
it's
okay,
wide enough
yeah.
for you to fit through.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna do that because I feel like
Might need some help.
I feel like I'm
sometimes.
a little uneasy about. Yeah.
Mhm.
Do bear in mind that this is quite a narrow corridor again, so you are like the massive fat turd in the clog of the toilet pipe here. You're like the
Where's the
Christmas.
plunger?
You're like the
Beautiful
Christmas
imagery.
dinner turd that's effectively blocking this entire pipe.
Oh, where's the plunger?
Mr. Pump.
All right.
Okay, so Sam, you lean round the corner. Are you going to say anything, or are you just going to watch them for a bit?
I am literally gonna say, you guys look great.
The skeletons
see what they
freeze
say.
and turn around to look towards you. It's like,
Oh, visitors! And so fashionable.
they kind of like click and clamber and sway towards you and start inspecting your clothing. It's like,
Oh, no, this just won't do. No, not red, not with those boots. Really, my dear, what were you thinking?
Not very fashionable, but you seem to be.
Oh, no. This is so last century. What we
What are you guys doing up here? Down here.
Well, we're not here for our health, dear, are we? You're in the catacombs. This is where the dead are buried, and we watch the dead. We protect the dead. Death attracts other things. Some of those things are very unsavory.
Hmm.
I've got no idea how this audio is coming across. I'm hoping it's working.
Oh, it's good. It's
That's-
fine.
yeah.
Okay. Well, I mean, nice to
Consider
meet you.
us caretakers. Although possibly not as fashionable as we used to be. What I would give for a nice big hat with a plume.
I
The
wish I had a hat
skeleton
for you.
appears to shudder
Check the
at the
bag.
thought of that. Gives a little wiggle.
I totally want to check the bag for something fashionable.
You want
I
me
would
to
give
check
it
the
to
bag?
them.
Go
yes.
for it.
Okay, I open the pouch.
Okay. You have to clearly fix in your mind what you're wanting to retrieve. So tell me exactly what you want to retrieve.
Well, he seemed to not like the color red.
Didn't like the silver.
No, just that Sam's red cloak didn't really go with those boots.
Didn't go with the boots. Yeah.
Well, let's do this. I'm gonna picture a gray hat with a green plume.
Okay. You reach in.
Yep.
Your fingers grasp around something soft, something fabric, and you pull it out. It's not quite what you imagined. It looks more like a cloth flat cap that someone would have worn in Victorian era, with a big red broom of a plume on top of it. It's still quite extravagant.
How would you like this?
Where on earth did you get that lovely thing?
There's one of the skeletons takes it off you and kind of flops it on and kind of adjusts it and fans the plume.
My dear, how do I look?
Oh my goodness, fantastic. You're rocking it.
I don't know what that means, but yes, I like it very much. Now, do tell us, why are you here?
I'm with you guys. So
Well, basically, we're tidying up down here. For the
Oh, they've sent down more scrubbers. Okay.
meanwhile, I've collapsed. How
So
many
far,
walls?
you've made so much mess.
I'm gonna
So,
be in so much trouble.
Yeah.
every so often, they send down some of the newer students, kind of like some initiation. And they get the students to kind of tidy up. Anything that we find down here, anything untoward, we try to take care of. But, you know, sometimes there's bits left over. And
Are
the
there
students...
any problem areas that you know of that we can assist with?
Oh, I don't think you're equipped for that.
Mm.
No, they're not equipped for that. No, not the lower levels. We couldn't do that to them. They seem so nice. I don't think you want to look at the lower levels. It gets a bit hairy down there.
Hmm.
Like Werewolf Harry?
Or like big spider Harry.
Looking around you for the first time now, you notice that the carving in this chamber is nowhere near the quality of what you've been in so far. The walls aren't as smooth, they're rough, chiseled, rather than polished stone. The jointing and the mortaring is very, very old still, but it's crumbling away. It's nowhere near as robust as what you've seen before. And you get the feeling that this is a much, much older part that you've stepped through and into.
Who do you guard here?
Guard. We help guard the dead.
There's nobody specific that you guys are guarding here?
Not here. We just make sure they don't come back from the dead. Because that would be most inconvenient. Think of all the mess.
Yeah. Think of all the mess you could make from just shattering a statue.
Looking at, again, continuing to look around the room, you see there are 6 alcoves, with what look like caskets laid vertically up against the walls. They're all open, they're all empty, but only the 2 skeletons are here.
Where are the other 4?
Well, it's been such a long time. We got hungry. No, don't tell them that. He's just messing with you. He likes to have his little fun. No, there were 6 of us. Yes, 2 of us went down into the lower levels and didn't come back. 2 more went to check and they didn't come back. We were going to go and check, but we thought better of it.
Because you might not come back.
Well, that was what we thought of it.
Oh, we could be dumbasses and go.
I mean, we came down here to clean, but what was the goal in that?
Well, we were pretty much just making money to,
Right.
Book ship
And-
patches.
we've found more money than I think we'll make here, but
Yeah, probably.
actually I think they're gonna ask for money because we completely fucked their catacombs.
You have to get the builders
I
in.
just really want us to go back up and be like, all clean. We gotta go.
yeah, bye, see you later, thanks.
They're going to have to get the builders in, the amount of mess you've made, yeah.
Well, if you want to explore the lower levels, we wouldn't recommend it, but it's that way.
One of the skeletons reaches into the alcove and pulls out a small broom and just starts to sweep gently.
Creating a dust cloud.
Not much of one, not yet. He's doing it very, very slowly.
Have they even seen me at all?
No, you haven't stepped into this part
Okay.
of the chamber yet.
That'd
So-
be interesting.
The way they were pointing was as you came up the stairs, you've turned to your left to meet the skeletons. If you'd turned to your right, there's the very narrow corridor with stairs leading down.
Uh-oh, Sam's on it now.
I know.
Can I make it into the room with the skeletons?
You probably
Do I
could, but
fit?
it'll be a bit of a squeeze.
Yeah, we've screwed the rest of the building.
Okay.
I could at least lean my head in and ask if is everyone okay?
Yeah, buddy. We're all good. We're all good. Okay, should I investigate the room anymore? Or
If you
I
wanna
think we
ro-
already did, really.
If you want to do
or-
a search, go ahead and roll.
Sure, we could search. How late is it for you?
It is nearly 4 in the morning.
Oh, that's disgusting.
I went to work this morning at 4 in the morning, or yesterday morning at 4 in the morning. So
So you've been up 24 hours without a nap?
Well, no, I had a couple of naps.
Okay.
in
I haven't.
15 in
preparation.
total.
I was planning to. No, you find nothing else in the room, apart from the empty caskets and a couple of brooms and what looks like a rotted mop handle.
Should we grab one of the brooms?
Just smack people with. Okay, well, I mean, we can continue on then. We can say goodbye to these lovely, fashionable skellies.
Nice
Or we
meeting
can-
ya.
We can ask them if there's anything else we should know before we go.
Okay, they look at each other for a moment and mutter a little and said,
Apart from the dangers on the lower level, not really. But do have a lovely time and come back for tea if you're passing.
Done.
okay, you move
Right.
back into the the small corridor with the stairs. The golem will have to kind of batter his way through about a meter of loose rock to get to the stairs, or to make enough room, unless he's going to literally lay down on his shoulder and scooch along.
Probably, I wouldn't be that careful.
Okay.
We see that by now.
Okay.
Yeah.
So are you moving down to the lower levels?
I
Yep.
suppose so.
Okay. You set foot on the stairs. You start moving your way down to the floor below, and that's where I'm going to stop it for tonight.
Oh my
Okay.
gosh, we're gonna die.
I mean, it's not gonna go well.
No. Yeah, I
It's
make bad decisions. You guys should also know that by now.
yeah.
Blame the
Yeah.
dice.
Can't blame the dice. I've been rolling fantastic today.
Blame the dice.
It's me.
Yeah, because
Okay.
all those have been pretty well better than the 7 you rolled earlier today.
Yeah, I only got 1 6 or a 9. Got 2 9s, and that's